Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became the New Symbol of Peace? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Racing Heartbeat, Love Triangle Arc. It's the UA Sports Festival and everybody is glued to their seats, sitting in fear and amazement as they're watching Izuku Midoriya and the son of Endeavor Shoto Todoroki exchange their final blow. Midoriya and unconscious with multiple destroyed fingers, a broken arm and leg. Todoroki stood being victorious and present Mike screamed, "Midoriya is down." Todoroki winces. The crowd cheers as they saw nothing like that before. Class 1A was star-stuck. Midoriya not only fought against Todoroki neck to neck, but she showed everybody that he had a drive to be a hero. It was the first time everyone realized that Midoriya was someone not to mess with. While everyone gossiped about the ordeal, two people we stuck and hurt. That was Mina and Uraraka. Uraraka had just gained feelings for Izuku, although she hadn't realized it yet, and her heart hurt when she saw her crush unconscious and his body to be completely destroyed. Mina, on the other hand, was shocked. She was a social creature, someone who loved to talk, but right now, as everyone gossiped, she couldn't help but hold her heart with her hand as it began to hurt. She then thought to herself, "What's going on? I have never once felt like this before. It was just a fight between Midoriya and Todoroki, so what am I feeling?" She would have cried if it wasn't for everybody else being there. Once she saw Midoriya on the stretcher, she got up fast and went to Recovery Girl. As she walked there, she said to herself, "What am I doing? I don't even know him. Ugh, this is going to be so weird if I just show up. Wait, why do I care so much? We have never really hung out before, much less talked." As she kept walking, she noticed Uraraka standing by the door with Ida, Mineta, and Azui. They noticed her and waved to her. She caught up saying, "You guys wanted to see if Midoriya was okay too?" Azui replied, "Vichim, it was crazy how he fought out there. I've never seen him like that. Kind of hot, honestly." Azui then chuckled, but Mina and Uraraka gave her a death stare without her realizing. Uraraka then said, glaring at the frog while she was laughing, "But Ishido, why are you here? And not saying it's bad or anything, but I've never seen you two even have a conversation." Mina then thought to herself, "Why am I here? Do I like Midoriya or something?" Mina laughed, saying, "I just wanted to check up on him. He did have the craziest battle anyone has ever seen. Just being a good classmate." Mina then smiled. Uraraka was suspicious. Why was she here? They have never talked. I mean, it's not bad to see her classmate to make sure he is okay, but still. Ida then preached, "Such admiration for a classmate. You are a very sweet person, Ishido." Mina smiled at Ida, saying, "Why, thank you." Recovery Girl then opened the door, saying, "Everybody needs to leave, we need privacy while we do surgery." Everyone screamed, "Surgery!" Recovery Girl said, "Yes, now go." She then closed the door as everyone walked away worried about their friend. Mina's heart was hurting more as she held it walking alongside Uraraka. Uraraka was worrying about Midoriya like crazy until she noticed Mina in the corner of her eye. She then said to herself, mumbling so she wouldn't hear her, "Does Ishido like Deku?" Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 2. Worried, Love Triangle Arc. Uraraka was in her seat while Aizawa was teaching the class. Izuku was with Recovery Girl, still resting from his fight earlier that day. Uraraka couldn't focus, however. She kept thinking about Deku and how he was doing, hopping he's okay. Then another thought went into her head. Why do I keep thinking about Ishido and Deku? It's not even that big of a deal. So what if Ishido likes Deku? I don't even like him like that. He is just a friend. Right? Alright, class, school is over. Make sure you watch the fights that happened today and learn from your experiences," said Aizawa. The class then screamed, "Yes, sir," and everyone started to leave. Uraraka got up from her seat and started to pack and went to Ida so they could walk home, but Ida was nowhere to be found. She was worried, but her mind kept thinking about Deku. So she went to go see him, hoping he was awake. "Alright, young man, this is the last time that I will heal you. Do you understand? Said Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl was angry, but she smiled and walked out to do her other work. Izuku then looked at his right hand that had permanent scars and balled up his fist. He then thought, I need to control the power that All Might gave me. There is no way I'm going to be the next symbol of peace if I can't control this. I must work harder. Maybe All Might can give me a harder training plan. As Izuku was thinking, he walked out the room and down the hallway until he saw a familiar girl running towards him. Midoriya! Screamed Mina. Izuku said, Ashido. Mina then stomped right in front of him and leaned right in front of his face, and she put her hands on her hips and poked out her butt. Izuku then went super red in the face and threw his good arm up saying, Aw, so close. Ow wow. He hurt his bad arm doing that. OMG Midoriya, I'm so sorry, are you okay? Mina said worried. Is he always like this around girls? Why I'm fine. Jay just need to rest is all. Izuku said nervously. Mina then saw his arm in a sling and leg with bandages wrapped all over it. She then felt bad and said, Hey Midoriya, Mina said worried. Izuku noticed something was wrong by what she said and calmed down fast saying, Yeah. Since you're hurt, would you want me to walk you home? Mina said nervously. OMG 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 OMG, what am I doing? I don't even have feelings for him like that. Sure. Huh. Mina then looked up at him as he was red in the face but serious. She then smiled and said, Great, do you have your stuff? Izuku replied saying, Yeah, but bear with me, I'm very slow at the moment. Izuku then started to limp down the hall as Mina was by his side. Mina was smiling uncontrollably. She was so happy she couldn't believe it. As they walked, a certain brown-haired girl came running down the hallway and saw Izuku. She then screamed, OMG, do you? Mina smiled then faded as she saw Uraraka run up to Izuku. Izuku knew her voice and looked saying, Hi Urara dash. He then was caught off as Uraraka slammed into him with a big hug, causing Izuku to scream in pain and embarrassment. Uraraka saw Deku and realized she just hugged him and immediately went red in the face and pushed away saying, Oh, I'm so sorry Deku. She then was holding her face to hide her embarrassment. What? Did Uraraka just hug Midoriya? Izuku looked at her and said, No, it's fine, it doesn't even hurt that much. He tried smiling, but it was a very nervous smile. Uraraka then calmed down and got mad saying, OMG Deku, you almost gave me a heart attack out there. Why would you fight so reckless? Uraraka then gave Izuku the look of a very worried girl. I'm sorry, said Izuku as he looked away to hide his embarrassment. I just couldn't let Todoroki keep suffering. He just looked so sad. He then looked down at his hand with the scars. Uraraka calmed down and said, Well, it is you Deku. She then smiled and looked to see Mina standing right next to him. What the? Why is Ashido here? Hey, Uraraka, that was some hug you did. Said by a playful Mina. Uraraka then went crazy, wailing her arms around saying, It was just an accident, nothing more. She then laughed nervously. Mina looked at her with a grin, but in her mind she thought, OMG Uraraka likes Midoriya, it's clear as day. I should be happy for her, but I'm mad instead. She is my friend and I have no feelings for Midoriya. Right? Izuku then laughed saying, Uraraka, you're funny. By the way, Ashido is going to join us as we walk to the station. Uraraka and Mina then looked at each other and at Izuku screaming, What? Zero comment. Chapter 3, Realization, Love Triangle Arc. Ashido and Uraraka were shocked. Uraraka then looked at Izuku saying, Deku, what you mean Mina is walking with us? Izuku, while rubbing the back of his head, smiled saying, Well, Ashido said she wanted to make sure I was okay. Uraraka then looked at Mina, who had a guilty look on her face. Mina looked away saying, I was just worried about him, look at him. Uraraka then scanned Izuku, who was covered in bandages and bruises. She then said, As the group got to the station, Izuku said, Hey, where is Ida? He always walked with us. Uraraka said, He left early due to a family emergency. Deku had a worried look on his face and said, I hope he is okay. Mina and Uraraka both looked at Izuku and thought, He is so cute when he worries. Once they got there, all three said their goodbyes and went on their trains, back to their homes. Uraraka was conflicted. She kept thinking about Ishido. She was so angry that she was even with them, but she didn't know why. She then thought of Izuku and his precious smile. She then smiled and said to herself, I think I like Deku. As Ishido walked in her house, she was greeted by her older brother Myra. Myra went to her and said, What's wrong, Pinky? Mina quickly got mad as she hated her older brother's name for her saying, Shut it, Myra, you know I hate that name. Myra then laughed saying, I wouldn't be a good older brother if I didn't mess with you. Mina smiled and punched his arm. Myra said, Finally you're smiling. You walked in here looking like you just got your feelings destroyed. Mina then looked down on the ground saying nothing. Myra quickly tried to cheer her up saying, Sorry, who was it? Mina looked up at him saying, Well, to be honest, I don't know. Myra looked confused saying, What do you mean? Mina said, Well, I don't know. You, that green hair boy who fought against Endeavor's son. Myra said, Yeah, that was crazy, he literally destroyed his own body just to win. That kid is incredible. Well, when I saw him unconscious, I don't know, my heart hurt. I had never felt like this before. I had never even talked to him or even had a proper conversation, yet I rushed to the recovery room to see if he was okay. I even walked home with him. What's going on with me? Myra looked at her confused sister saying, You're in love. Mina looked up with tears almost forming saying, What? Myra then laughed saying, Oh my God, my sister's first crush. This is just too good to be true. As Myra was laughing, Mina just stared into nothingness and thought to herself, Oh my God, I like Midoriya. Zero comment. Chapter 4, Sad and Angry, Love Triangle Arc. A week later, everybody gets a message on their phone during their hero internships. It's a message from Izuku with his location. This obliviously confused everybody, and most people ignored it till they saw on the news that Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida were attacked by the hero killer Stain, the same person that brutally wounded Ida's brother. This freaked out everybody, but two people were extremely worried. Mina and Uraraka. Gunhead looked at Uraraka, who was on the verge of tears and clearly wasn't focusing on the drills. He got down on one knee and looked his intern saying, You okay, Uraraka? She tried to play it off while looking at the ground saying, Waya. No, you're not, what's wrong? Was it that boy you were talking to? He then put a hand on his mouth while getting excited. Uraraka then wailed her arms around getting red in the face saying, Hey, she didn't do anything. It's just he was attacked by the hero killer and I haven't gotten a response from him since his last text. I'm worried about him, she said while clenching her fist trying to hold back the tears. Gunhead put his hand on her shoulder and said, Look, he is going to be okay. I saw him at the UA festival. He was incredible and I've never seen anyone fight with so much passion. He truly wants to be a hero and some villain won't stop him. Uraraka looked at Gunhead and smiled with her pink cheeks saying, Thanks, I really needed to hear that. Sure, no problem. Now are you two dating or something? Said by a very excited Gunhead. Uraraka got red again and said, However, I wish. Back at UA, Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida both walked in and was hit with questions from everyone. That was crazy, I couldn't believe you went up against someone like that, said by Kaminari. Yaoyorozu said, Yeah, I was so worried. She then looked at Todoroki and blushed. Todoroki looked back at her clueless as ever. Shiro said, Ida, I hope you're okay, you know, with the whole brother thing. Sato said, Yeah, but it's our class president, he always has a cool head. Ida stood firm and tall and bowed saying, Sorry for worrying everybody, but yes, all thanks to Midoriya and Todoroki. Izuku and Todoroki smiled and said in unison, Everyone smiled till Mineta said with a curious face, I'm surprised you have no broken bones, Midoriya. Everyone then looked at him. Shoji said, Yeah, that is weird. Tokoyami looked at Izuku saying, Did you arrive late or something? Ojiro said, Did you even fight Midoriya? Ida then preached saying, Of course he did, he saved my life. Azui said, Then how did he? She was then cut off by a running Mina screaming, Oh my God, Midoriya, are you okay? She had a very worried look on her face which was completely out of character for her. Izuku looked at her and laughed saying, I'm fine, just cuts and wounds, nothing to worry over. He then gave his classic smile which warmed Mina's heart. She then smiled back saying, "Better be." Mina then looked around and quickly went red in the face as she realized what she just did. Everyone was shocked to see Mina worry so much over Izuku, but before they could say anything, Uraraka came in saying, "Hello everyone, OMG Deku." She then went to her friend saying, "Why didn't you text me back? I was so worried. I called 20 times. She was angry as she walked up to Izuku. Izuku put his hands up scared for his life saying, "I'm sorry. My phone broke during the fight." He then laughed nervously hoping she would forgive him. Uraraka then pouted saying, "Well, that's a good reason, I guess." She then looked at Izuku and held her fist towards him saying, "I knew you would win Deku, it's you after all." Izuku smiled and fist bumped her saying, "Ki." Everyone was shook, even Todoroki had a surprised face. Mineta screamed in jealousy. "Midoriya, are you dating Uraraka and Ishido? Not fair." Everyone screamed, "What?" Even Bakugo was interested as he looked at Izuku. Mina and Uraraka both grabbed Mineta with the death look and screamed, "No." Kirishima then went to them saying, "Then why did you both worry so much over him?" Jiro grinned saying, "Pretty suspicious." Mina and Uraraka just looked at the ground blushing hardcore. Izuku on the other hand almost died of embarrassment. Kirishima went to Izuku and tried to shake him saying, "Great Mineta, you almost killed him." Mineta screamed, "Not my fault, he's got two hotties." Uraraka and Mina screamed, "Hey, I am hero." All Might came crashing through the door but quickly paused as he looked at a dead Izuku. Embarrassed Mina and Uraraka and the rest of class was just staring at them. He then coughed saying, "Everybody get ready, we are going outside to the training course. Get your hero costumes and meet in 10 minutes. Everyone said, "Yes, sir." In the locker room, all the girls were staring at Uraraka and Mina as they got dressed. Azui went to both of them saying, "You both like Midoriya, don't you?" Everyone looked at them with interest. Uraraka turned to look at Mina and Mina did the same saying, "Wait, you like him though?" They then both covered their face realizing what they just said. Hagakure screamed, "Oh my god, they do." She then squirmed, shaking her skirt back and forth. All the girls were happy till Yayarosa said, "Wait, they both like him, so does that mean that Midoriya has to choose one?" Mina and Uraraka both looked at each other. Anger, sadness, and confusion was on their face and they stared at each other. All the girls then paused and Azui looked at Uraraka saying, "Achiko." Jiro tried to calm them down saying, "Wait, let's talk this out," before All Might screamed on the intercom saying, "1 minute, young heroes." All the girls started to walk out clearly worried as they looked at Uraraka and Mina. They both looked at each other clearly ready to fight as they heard a familiar voice. "Hey, is everyone ready?" said a very excited Izuku as he pumped his fist in the air. Kirishima screamed, "Hell yeah," as he hardened his body while smiling. Bakugo then walked to Izuku and shoved him saying, "I am going to beat you, Deku, I will be number 1. Izuku smiled saying, "Right, let's do this, Kaken." Izuku then balled his fist and smiled nervously. He had the look of determination on his face. Uraraka and Mina smiled as they looked at him but then thought about what just happened saying in unison, "Why did she have to like him too?" Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 5. Anticipation, Love Triangle Arc. All Might stands in front of his class and explains the course for the day. You will be fighting against each other in a 2v2 match. There is nothing that you must protect or rescue. Whatever team that has an unconscious or injured teammate loses. Now let me introduce you to the teams and who they will be facing. Jiro and Azui looked at each other with worried looks on their faces as they could see Uraraka and Mina. Mina was very tense, but she had a look of anger on her face. Uraraka turned to Mina with her fist balled up as if she was going to fight her right then and there. Then the teams were announced. Midoriya Uraraka vs Bakugo Ishido. Ashri Tokoyami vs Kaminari Jiro. Shiro Sato vs Ojiro Shoji. Hagakure Oyama vs Kota Mineta. Yayarosa Todoroki vs Ida Kirishima. The first people to fight, please take 5 minutes to prep before we begin. Izuku walked up to Uraraka saying, "Guess we're teama? We need to go now." She grabbed Izuku's hand interrupting him and dashed to the planning room. She had her head down to hide her happiness and anger from him. Mina gave her the look of pure anger and jealousy as she took her crush away from her. Uraraka was breathing heavy as they entered the planning room. Izuku saw her. She was shaking. Her face wasn't that normal bubbly face that he was once knew. It was full of anger and sadness. He tried walk up behind her saying, "Uraraka, you okay?" His smile was gone. It was replaced with a worried look for her friend. "I'm fine, Deku. Trust me, but what are we going to do? We are going up against Ishido and Bakugo. We have to beat at least one of them." Izuku sat and thought but was speaking aloud. "We could do a 1v1. No, that won't work. What if we work together to beat Bakugo? No, we could use your quirk to make me float. No." Izuku was speaking very fast and quietly, but as he did, Uraraka smiled. "I love it when he does this, it's so adorable." "Deku, calm down," she said while taping him on the head while smiling. "Oh, my bad, was I?" He then stopped what he was saying and looked at her face. Her pink rosy cheeks in full effect as she was smiling. She's finally smiling. Great. He couldn't help but smile back. Then he thought of an idea. "That's it." Uraraka looked at him with confusion saying, Mina walked up to a very angry Bakugo. "Bakugo, we need to come up with a plan." "Shut it, Racken Eyes. This is my battle with that nerd and I will be superior." Mina got angry and grinned saying, "If you want to win so bad, I do have an idea, unless you want to get embarrassed by Midoriya again." Bakugo looked at her with interest saying, "Whatever, what is it?" "We aim for Uraraka. Midoriya isn't fast unless he breaks his bones, and once he does, we win easy." Bakugo did a creepy smile saying, "You know you're not half bad, Raccoon Eyes." Mina smiled and walked away saying, "I know, and my name is Ishido." All Might then screamed into the microphone. "Everyone to their battle stations. Those who are not fighting proceed to the spectating area." Izuku and Uraraka walked to their battle stations. So did Bakugo and Mina. As everyone walked to the spectating area, Todoroki had a confusing and worried look on his face. Yaoyorozu looked at him saying, "Is something wrong?" Todoroki responded saying, "I don't know if I'm imagining things, but is Uraraka and Mina giving each other death looks?" Yaoyorozu looked in horror as she saw them. Deku was standing firm and tall. Very nervous but ready for the challenge ahead of him. Bakugo was giving his normal death glare at Izuku while setting of mini explosions in his palms. Uraraka, however, had her fist balled up. She stood still. No movement whatsoever. She stared at Mina with nothing but pure anger in her eyes. No smile or nervousness. Mina looked right back with her own death glare as she could feel her acid start to burn up. She slowly dripped acid from her fingers, and the acid was so strong it made holes on the pavement she was standing on. She stood in pure rage. Yaoyorozu then said, "I got a bad feeling about this." Zero comment. Chapter 6, Full Cowling Love Triangle Arc. The air was thick. It was a slight breeze as everyone saw their classmates stare each other down. Midoriya was nervous, clenching his fist as he stood staring at his friends. Bakugo was shooting off explosions in his palms, just itching for the fight to start. Mina was standing tall, only staring at her prey. She couldn't stand Uraraka. Her anger grew so much that acid started to uncontrollably drip from her fingers. Uraraka saw the nervous Midoriya and put her hand on his shoulder, giving her a classic Uraraka smile. This made Midoriya calm down and focus, but for Mina it made her even angrier. At this point her emotions were starting to become unstable as she was trying very hard to suppress them, but when she saw her crush being wounded by her enemy it made her rise in anger. Very slightly the color of her acid started to change as it was going from gray to a light green. Her usual grin was now full of anger and her horns were growing ever slightly. Bakugo didn't notice as he was too invested in his rival. All Might then screamed, "Begin!" Bakugo launched with a massive explosion and flew faster than ever towards Midoriya. Uraraka ran to gain some distance or else she would be toast, but before she could even stop, she was kicked to the stomach and flew 20 feet before she skidded on the ground. Mina had landed a devastated kick towards her with amazing speed and accuracy. Mina herself was shocked. She thought to herself, "I was just using my acid like how I normally do. Did it get stronger?" Midoriya screamed, "Uraraka!" before having to dodge an incoming right hook from Bakugo. "Your fight is with me, nerd." Midoriya grinned with worry on his face for his friend before doing a backflip and dashing to gain some area. Uraraka stood tall but was clenching her stomach and coughed up some blood. Wow, when was Ishido that fast and strong? Before she could think, Mina was speeding to her using her acid as skates, but Uraraka noticed something strange. Is her acid green? Uraraka then made herself float and flew to the sky. Mina then shot acid through her feet, destroying her socks and shoes, and shot up to the sky like a rocket. Since when could I do this? Why do I feel so angry? It's just a training match. Against Uraraka. She then created a waterfall of acid and rid it to fight Uraraka in midair. Uraraka couldn't believe what she was seeing. She then flew behind her and grabbed her by the horns and tried to throw her behind her back, but Mina touched her stomach, making an acid mark on her chest. Ah! Uraraka screamed in pain. Mina then hit her so hard she flew from the sky to the ground in mere seconds, but her gravity stopped her fall and she landed on her feet. She looked up at a rage-induced Mina, who looked down on her as she stood on her waterfall of acid. She grinned, screaming, "Is this all you got, pitiful?" Uraraka looked at her friend with confusion to her attitude. "What the? Ishido, aren't we friends?" Uraraka looked concerned and worried, her pink cheeks gone. Ishido then smiled, saying, "On the battlefield we aren't friends, we are enemies." "Yes we are. Oh my god, what am I doing? It's like I can't control my own body. I'm doing things I have never done before." Her skin started to change. It was slowly turning black. Her horns were growing, and she was becoming more unstable. She then looked towards Bakugo, who just hit Midoriya in the face, causing him to slide back in the dirt. "Bakugo, let's go." Bakugo then smiled and launched towards Uraraka, screaming, "Die, round face." Ishido then used the waterfall of acid and launched it at her while smiling. Everyone in Class 1A watched and was speaking on who will win. Sato said, "Look at Ishido, it's like she is a different person." Jiro said, "Yeah, I'm worried about her, she is fighting like a monster." Hagakure said, "You don't think she will kill Uraraka, right?" Todoroki interrupted the conversation, saying, "No, Midoriya wouldn't let that happen." "How though, if he is fighting Kuriclus?" said Yaoyorozu. "Yeah, if he breaks his bones, he loses," said by Kaminari. "I hate to say it, but Bakugo has this one." Ida then stood up, saying, "You're wrong." Everyone looked at him. "Midoriya saved my life, he won't lose." Azui said, "But didn't Endeavor save you guys? Plus, Midoriya was barely injured and so was Todoroki." Ida stood nervous and uneasy, his strong firm gone. Kirishima stood and said, "Wait, you mean you guys dash? Deku." Everyone turned to look but only saw a green blur. Midoriya dashed past Bakugo at lightning speed and grabbed Uraraka bride style and threw her in the air, screaming, "Float now!" Uraraka was confused but did as he asked and was levitating in midair. Midoriya then screamed, "Essen!" and slammed his fist in the ground, causing the area around him to be shattered completely. As the wind circulated and pushed all the acid back onto Ishido and caused Bakugo to fly backwards. Everyone was shocked, including All Might. Ida then said, "Midoriya was the one who beat the hero killer." Midoriya then stood firm as green lightning was orbiting him before clenching her arms, saying, "Oh, I think I used more than 5%. My arm isn't broken though. I can still fight." Zero comment. Chapter 7. Acid Queen, Love Triangle Arc. Everyone looked in shock as they saw Midoriya. He had the look of a true hero as he stood tall. His hair was waving in the wind as the smoke disappeared. Bakugo flew by at least 30 feet away. Even though his body was fine, his mind wasn't. How did Deku get this strong? What the happened? I was stronger, far superior. He was a quirk-less nerd that I could overpower. How wow! Bakugo looked at Midoriya. His body was shaking from his shattered pride. His eyes showed pain and discomfort. A thin piece of rope was the only thing keeping his mind together. Midoriya looked at him, saying, "So you tried to go after Uraraka, not bad if only you were faster." Bakugo then snapped and everything went red. He screamed at the top of his lungs while shooting of multiple explosions on the ground, causing smoke to appear once again. Ah! Everyone in the spectating area was shook by Ida's comment. Kirishima broke the silence saying, "Why didn't you tell us the truth?" Todoroki said, "We had to, or else we would be arrested for using our quirks without a license." Ashui said, "So Midoriya beat him. Did he break his bones rib bit?" Ida said, "No, he must have figured out some way to control it." "He did, but it looks like it's only a little bit. His power is a lot more toned down," said by Todoroki. All Might stood watching his students smiling saying, "Good job, young Midoriya." Midoriya then turned to look at Uraraka, who was still holding onto her chest as she glided down. He went to her and said, "Uraraka, you okay?" "Yeah, Deku just let me rest for a minute." She was still holding onto the mark that Mina had left her. Uraraka then tried to stand as she readied her fist saying, "Let's do this. I can't keep letting Uraraka fight like this. She is already so hurt. I need to finish this now." He put his hand in front of her saying, "No, I got this, please just wait here until I call for you." "But Deku, stay here." His look was enough to scare Uraraka. She nodded and stood there. He then charged up one for all. Full cowling 5%. As he charges, his body glows red with sparkles. Then a flash of green electricity erupted from his body. He turns to look and Uraraka smiles while giving a thumbs up. She smiles back thinking to herself, "Wow, Deku is so great. I just can't believe it. He was prone to injury but now look at him. You are something else, Deku. So what if you got some new tricks? I will destroy you and that beach." Without hesitation, Midoriya dashed across the area. Bakugo noticed and blocked his fist, but Deku moved his body and shifted his left fist to hit him in the face. Bakugo flew back a little but blasted him just before he did. Deku jumped above the explosion and flew towards him but missed as Bakugo sidestepped. He then shot of multiple explosions screaming, "Dai!" Midoriya then ran around him causing a mini tornado to form. This caused Bakugo to fly up, but as he was in the air, he put his hand together and shot off a huge explosion. This destroyed the ground beneath him, but he didn't see Midoriya. He then saw him running to the spectator area. He then jumped on top of the roof and launched himself straight towards Bakugo. Bakugo shot off an explosion as he tried to position himself in the air, but Midoriya went right through and punched him in the chest. Bakugo then coughed up blood on his gloves and Midoriya slammed his other fist on his back screaming, "Detroit smash!" This shot him down so fast no one could see him, but then a pool of acid formed and caught Bakugo as he landed, protecting him from the fall. Midoriya was in the sky and was confused until he saw a woman walking, but it wasn't Ishido. It looked like her, but her skin was pure black, her hair was brown, and her horns were long like a sword. Her usual grin was gone. Just a blank expression. The black skin blended well with her black eyes. Bakugo got up and held his stomach in pain screaming, "Raccoon eyes, I didn't need your help." Ishido looked at him with a blank expression and used her acid to cover up his mouth. She then walked towards him in a feminine way and grabbed his head saying, "If it wasn't for me you would be unconscious, and we would have lost, so I would love it if you would shut the F up and let me handle this." She then pushed him away with the acid. Bakugo was lived screaming but couldn't move. Midoriya landed on the ground and looked at his classmate. She wasn't even recognizable. No pink to be seen or any smile on her face. "Ishido, is that you?" Ishido turned to him smiling. "Yes, it's me, Midori." Midoriya looked confused saying, "Midori?" "Yes, if Uraraka can have a nickname then I can too." Midoriya was embarrassed but shook it off saying, "Wait, how did your acid not kill Bakugo?" "Oh, that's easy, I can control the level of acid I output. I can also change its texture to make it more springy. Reason why he was fine when he landed, although you did beat him up pretty good, that's my Midori." She smiled and put her hand on her hip. Midoriya was embarrassed by her comment, getting red in the face. Uraraka got angry and ran to Midoriya and put her hand on his shoulder saying, "Deku, focus." Midoriya nodded and balled up his fist. Ishido got very angry, clenching her fist saying, "Want to tell me why you're near my Midori round face?" Uraraka got angry saying, Is my teammate? Of course I would be here. Mina then shot all line of acid straight to Uraraka, but Midoriya grabbed her and dashed across. She isn't normal. I don't know what happened to her, but we can't treat this as a regular training course anymore. He then dashed, charging up one for all. This is crazy. I knew Ashido was good, but it's like she is a monster or a villain. No, I need to focus. Uraraka is badly hurt. I might have to use more than 5%. I already strained my right arm a while back, so I must be careful. Mina then created springy acid and jumped on it to fly towards her, screaming, "You're mini!" Midoriya was in deep thought and couldn't respond, but Uraraka jumped and kicked her in the face. Then she grabbed her horns and screamed as she picked her up and threw her to the ground. She then looked at Midoriya as she levitated in the air. I got her. You focus on Bakugo. Midoriya was confused and shocked, but then Bakugo screamed as he destroyed the acid around him. Aha, after you. I'm going straight for raccoon eyes. Mina stood up looking at Uraraka, saying, "The name isn't raccoon eyes." She then created an absurd amount of acid so powerful that steam was coming of it, saying, "It's Acid Queen." Zero comment. Chapter 8. The End of the Battle, Love Triangle Arc. All of Class 1A stared in amazement as they saw Ashido. She sent out a huge amount of acid out of her palms and arms, causing a flood. The acid was pure green, and it had steam coming off of it, showing how dangerous it was. Uraraka stayed in the air and tried to keep herself together as the drawbacks of her quirk were slowly coming upon her. I can't believe Ashido can create acid this powerful. But is she trying to kill me? Right now I must focus. Like Deku said, I don't think Ashido is being herself. We just need to stop her or injure somebody. Midoriya blocked a hit from Bakugo and jumped before the acid could hit him. Bakugo exploded up and was fighting Midoriya in mid-air as they fell back down to the acid. Uraraka noticed and flew to grab a rock, make it float, and then threw it to Deku. "Do you catch?" Midoriya saw and landed on it so he wouldn't touch the acid. Bakugo used his explosion to make himself levitate in the air. "That's so cool, Kakin. When could you do that?" "Shut it, D. I'm gonna win this fight because I am the strongest." Bakugo then flew to him at incredible speed. Midoriya realized he wasn't playing. Bakugo was incredibly frustrated, and this point he was going to kill him for real if he could. So Midoriya stood on the floating rock and charged his power. Full cowling 8%. The power was so strong it shatters the rock beneath that kept him floating, but he used the little pieces left to stand on one leg at a time. He then launched to Bakugo and hit him square in the chest, causing him to fly past the flood of acid, and Midoriya soon followed. I don't have much time left. This extra 3% is going to take its toll. I need to finish now. Please be okay, Uraraka. Ashido created a waterfall of acid and threw it at Uraraka. She dogged it and flew straight towards her. Ashido then turned the acid springy and jumped on it to dodge her attack. Since the acid was no longer lethal, she used her quirk and tried to make a whole river of acid float. She was struggling. Her body was in pain and it was so heavy she thought she was going to pop a vein. "Come on, if you can push past his limits, I can do it too." She then floated the whole river of acid and threw it straight up. Ashido was still in the air. As she was falling, it smacked her hard, but she was still okay. She tried to turn it back to regular acid so it would fall on Uraraka, but it wouldn't work. Then Uraraka did something she never thought she could do. She folded the acid on both sides and slammed it on Ashido like a sandwich. "How did she do that?" said by Hagakure. "I don't know, but I wouldn't mess with her," said by Kaminari. "She used the texture of the acid to her advantage," said by Yaoyorozu. Jiro looked at her and said, "But isn't acid a liquid?" "Yes, but since Ashido changed the texture, it went from a liquid to a solid. Since it was a solid, she couldn't break and condense it. I don't know how she did that though. Especially something that big and wide." Kirishima responded saying, "There is no way Ashido survived that, she has to be unconscious." Todoroki said, "No, she is still conscious, hurt, but conscious." Kirishima looked in confusion saying, "How?" "She literally got squished by acid." All Might interrupted saying, "The acid wasn't lethal, So it didn't harm her, but considering that is the first time young Uraraka did this, especially with an object that massive, there is little chance it did significant damage. All Might then looked at the fight with worry. Bakugo was sent flying but landed and blocked and punch from Midoriya as he flew at him. Midoriya then sidestepped him, causing him to fall, and tried to hit him, but Bakugo exploded back into the air and looked down at the Deku, screaming, "This is it, nerd. I am gonna win even if I have to kill you." Bakugo's eyes went red as he made both of his arms straight and readied his gauntlets. Kirishima knew exactly what he was doing and ran to the railing, screaming, "No! Bakugo, stop, you're going to kill him." Bakugo couldn't hear him. His mind was full of rage and his pride was gone. All he wanted to do was destroy Midoriya. Uraraka saw what's happening and started to run towards them. She then let go of the acid so she could focus, but as soon as she let go of the acid, it immediately dissolved and Ashido jumped right in front of her and punched her square in the face, breaking her nose, saying, "Nope, your fights with me," while smiling. Uraraka then snapped and went into gunhead mode and ducked and hit Ashido right in the chest, then threw her left fist and hit the side of her face, and then threw her right hand under her chin to uppercut her. She made herself weightless and moved fast behind her as she kicked her in the back and picked her up by her waist, twisted her and slammed her on the ground. Ashido coughed up blood and laid on the ground. Her skin started to turn back into pink and all the acid she created dissolved. Her hair even went back to being pink and her horns grew down to their original size. She stood up and backed away, saying, She then took a knee and coughed up more blood. Uraraka stood above her with her broken nose still dripping blood, saying, "Don't mess with me when I'm protecting someone." Then an explosion happened. Bakugo screamed, "D!" He shot off his gauntlets. One alone had the power to destroy a whole floor of a building, but they were fighting the whole day, so it had a lot of sweat, and with all that sweat build up, it could destroy a whole building. As he shot both gauntlets, Uraraka screamed while crying, "Deku!" Then a gust of wind appeared, sending the explosion right back at Bakugo. This knocked out Bakugo upon impact as he fell to the ground. Midoriya stood with his glove destroyed and 3 broken fingers. Todoroki looked in amazement, saying, "I can't believe he did that." Mineta said, "What happened?" Todoroki explained, saying he used 3 fingers for the finger flick but combined it and sent of a massive gust of wind powerful enough to send back the explosions right back at Bakugo. Mineta looked at Midoriya and said, "You're amazing, man." All Might then screamed, "Midoriya and Uraraka win." Everyone cheered while Midoriya stood as his lightning disappeared and he was about to fall until he was caught by a crying Uraraka. She held him to her melons, saying, "Please don't scare me like that ever again." She began to cry on his forehead. He looked and smiled, saying, "That's what to do." He then passed out on her and Uraraka smiled, saying, "I love you, Deku." She then covered her mouth and went to go throw up due to the side effects of her quirk. Bakugo was picked up by nurses, and as Ashido was walking to Recovery Girl's office while holding her stomach, she thought to herself, "Maybe I should just let Uraraka have this one. Besides, after this fight, I think Midoriya caught feelings for her." She then shed a tear as she walked away. Uraraka grabbed Deku and hoisted him on her back and walked. He started snoring and talked in his sleep, saying, "I will be a hero." Uraraka smiled and said, "Yes, you will, and I will be there with you." Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 9. Acceptance, Love Triangle Arc. After the fight, Recovery Girl looked at Bakugo. Bakugo only had some bruises and cracked ribs. It looks like the shock of the explosion knocked him out. She then looked at Ashido, who had cracked ribs and a cracked jaw but otherwise was fine. Uraraka had a broken nose and had an acid mark on her stomach, but Recovery Girl was able to heal it. She then healed Midoriya's 3 broken fingers and strained right arm. They were all out for the rest of the class. Bakugo was the first to wake up. He grabbed his stuff and walked out before being stopped by Recovery Girl. "What do you want?" "Ugh, you're so rude. But listen, be careful. I was able to heal you, but you used your quirk too much today. Please take note that the body can only take so much." "Whatever." He then walked away. Ashido awoke and saw Uraraka and Midoriya. She didn't even want to see them. Especially Uraraka, her jealousy and rage caused her so much pain today. Recovery Girl walked up to Ashido saying, Ashido, your battle was incredible, but now you will have permanent scars on your arms and hands. Ashido looked at her arms, they were more of a dark pink. You could clearly see the difference. I'm afraid the stronger your acid, the more your body can't take its power. You will have to train your body to withstand the stronger acid, Ashido nodded saying. Thank you, ma'am. She then got up and grabbed her stuff. She looked at Midoriya and almost cried but held it in and walked away. Recovery Girl sighed saying, there is nothing worse than a broken heart. Uraraka woke up and Recovery Girl said, hello Uraraka. Your injuries are all healed and you have no problems, just take it easy for a little. Oh okay. She looked at Midoriya. His hands had bandages over his fingers and right arm. He was just laying there asleep. She couldn't help but worry about him. Recovery Girl looked at her and smiled saying, you can stay here if you want. Just lock up when you're done. She then walked out the room. Uraraka went to Midoriya's side and just looked at him as he slept. She started to weep, and tears were falling down her face. You big crybaby. You've seen Deku hurt plenty of times and yet you're crying. Ugh, why do you do this to me, Deku? Midoriya woke up and saw a crying Uraraka. Uraraka. She then went straight towards him and tackled him while crying on his shoulder saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with me. Midoriya was confused and embarrassed but held her saying, it's okay, I'm here. Her heart then skipped a beat and she looked at him and smiled. She then realized what she was doing and backed away, getting red in the face. Midoriya smiled and said, hey, tomorrow is Saturday. Want to go out maybe and get something to eat? She was shocked by him but smiled saying, sure. They then walked together. As Bakugo was walking, he heard a scream from Ashido. Wait! Bakugo turned around and Ashido had finally caught up. What you want? I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I kind of trapped you in acid and screamed at you. I'm sorry I wasn't in control of myself. Bakugo just stared at her and turned saying, it's fine. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost. It pained him to say those words. Ashido looked at him in amazement that he admitted that. He then walked away saying, you're really strong, Ashido. But I will get better and beat you and that nerd. He then put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Ashido stood there confused as ever. He didn't call me Raccoon Eyes? Bakugo was walking, but in his mind he was thinking of Midoriya. How much stronger he got and how he was no match for him that day. He then shrugged off saying, I'm going to win, Deku, just wait. After some time had passed, Ashido finally got to the station when she saw Midoriya and Uraraka. Her smile went to a frown as she was still hurting from what she did to her. Uraraka saw her and screamed. Hey, Ashido, said by the both as they walked to her. Hi. So, I would take you guys are healed up. Midoriya got excited saying, yep, I bet I can power up right now. He then charged up one for all and did 5%. Green lighting shot off him and made the grass move. The sheer amount of power was enough to make Uraraka and Ashido's hair move. Ow. He then turned it off. Guess I went too far. Uraraka then hit him on the head, mad saying, dummy, you just got out of Recovery Girl's room. I know, sorry. He then smiled while rubbing his head. She pouted but smiled back. Ashido then laughed, which is something she hasn't done in a while. Uraraka, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you or say those awful things. I don't know what happened to me. She then started to cry as she was looking down. Uraraka went and held her saying, it's okay. I know you would never hurt me on purpose. Ashido then held her back but whispered in her ear saying, he is all yours. Uraraka's face went red and started to go crazy saying, what? Ashido smiled and said, take good care of him. She then ran to the station waving them goodbye. Midoriya walked up to Uraraka saying, is she okay? Uraraka turned and smiled saying, yep. She then grabbed Midoriya's arm, which made him go crazy red in the face. Did the same to Uraraka, but she didn't care. At that moment she was truly in love. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 10. Surprise, Love Triangle Arc. It was Saturday, The next day after the intense battle between the two teams, Midoriya was supposed to go to eat with Uraraka, but Aizawa had called Class 1A to speak about an important matter. Midoriya texted Uraraka after he received the message. She was obviously upset. She had been looking forward to spending the day with Midoriya. She then just sighed and grabbed her school supplies and uniform. As Midoriya was getting ready, his beloved mother knocked on the door saying, "Sweetie, when you are leaving for your little date?" She was smiling uncontrollably for her son. "Mom, the date got cancelled." His mother then burst through the door and held her son close, screaming, "It's okay, Izuku, I will always be here for you." No, Mom, we just got called in for school." The worried mother held her tears back saying, "Oh, I'm sorry baby." Midoriya then hugged his mother saying, "It's fine Mom, I will be back later, love you." "Love you too, Izuku." As Midoriya was walking to UA, he was called out by Ishido. "Midori." Midoriya turned around and said, "Oh, hey." Ishido jumped right onto Midoriya and slammed her melons on his face. Midoriya saw her melons so close and he almost died right there. She got up real fast and smiled saying, "Sorry, was just too excited." Midoriya got himself together and they started to walk to class. "So, Ishido, do you know what happened yesterday when you transformed?" "No, honestly I couldn't even really control myself. I just was full of so much rage and anger. The way I fought wasn't normal. I did realize that. It was so weird, especially how ruthless you were. If Uraraka wasn't strong enough, you could have killed her." "Yeah, I know, I feel so bad. She is like my best friend." "Don't worry about it. Uraraka would never treat you any different. Besides, you were amazing yesterday. I had a hard time keeping up with you." Ishido smiled and hugged Midoriya saying, "Thank you, Midori. I really needed to hear that. Plus, if you're saying I was great, then I had to be amazing." She then started to hum as they walked. Midoriya smiled as they walked, but little did he know someone saw what had just transpired. Hagakure was behind the wall and saw what happened. She got super excited and couldn't wait to tell the girls. As they walked in, they both were swarmed by the class. Kirishima screamed, "You've been holding back on us, man." He then playfully punched Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya shook his head saying, "Knew I had literally just learned how to do it. Although I didn't want to do it just yet since I wasn't used to it." Jiro went to Ishido saying, "You okay?" Ishido gave her a smile of reassurance and jumped saying, "I'm just fine." Jiro smiled. "Glad to have you back, Ishido." Mineta walked up to Midoriya saying, "So, how does it feel to carry Uraraka bride style?" Midoriya then immediately got red in the face and thought to himself, "Oh my god, I did do that. I was so into the fight I didn't even realize it." Her body did feel nice though. Please. Mineta then got slapped by Azui. "Calm down, Mineta a bit. So Midoriya, could you show us your new power? I would love to see it up close." "Huh, I'm sure." Everyone watched as Midoriya readied himself. As soon as he was about to do it, he got bopped on the head by a familiar person. "Oh, and you again, stop, you're going to hurt yourself." Uraraka had came in just in time. "Sorry, they wanted to see it." No. Midoriya sighed saying, "Okay." Everyone looked at them. Instead of Ishido, she chose to look away. Then Aizawa said, "All right, everyone get in your seats." Everyone scrambled to their seats in quick fashion. He then went to the podium saying, "I know it's your day off, but this had to be addressed. Ishido, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Bakugo, please come up." They went up in front of the class. These four did a great job yesterday. Not only did they fight hard, but they improved their quirks. He then threw a stick to Uraraka saying, "Show the class what you can do with it." Uraraka was nervous but said, "Okay." She then made it float and messed with her fingers to make it snap into two. "Great job, Uraraka. Bakugo, would you levitate please?" Whatever, Bakugo jumped and was levitating with his explosions. "Good. Ishido, would you show us your transformation please?" Sir, I don't know how to that." "Don't worry, Ishido, if thing gets too crazy, I will nullify you with my quirk." I don't know." Midoriya then put a hand on her shoulders, smiling saying, "You got this, Acid Queen." She then smiled back and said, "Okay." Shen then stood there and closed her eyes. Think how I do it before. That's right, I got angry. Okay, I just have to get angry again. But how? As she was standing, Uraraka pumped her fist saying, "You can do it, Ishido." That's right. It was because of Uraraka. Then something snapped and her mind went blank. Her skin started to turn black. Her horns grew higher and her hair turned brown. She then opened her eyes to her class. The rage was fuming inside her like crazy. It took everything in her power not to attack Uraraka. Good job, Ishido. He then used his quirk and stopped her transformation. She was able to reverse back but fell until Midoriya caught her. You okay, Ishido? She stood back and held her head saying, Yeah, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Uraraka looked at them with jealousy in her eyes. I know Ishido told me that she was done with Deku, but look at her. She is all over him and she has never been happier. Now last, Midoriya. Yes, sir. Show us your power. I heard you can go up to 8%, correct? Yes, sir. But it is hard for me to control at that level. Try 15%. Everyone in the class, including Bakugo, looked at Aizawa. Sir, what if I get hurt? I have already told Recovery Girl, plus I will erase your quirk if anything happens. Okay, he then stood and readied himself. Okay, 15%. Let's do this. He smiled and screamed. Then a huge gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. It was so powerful and strong the desks in the room were starting to move. Kaminari screamed. What the? Then a huge amount of electricity flew off Midoriya. It was so powerful it created cracks in the floor. Then he looked up, his eyes turned green and everything stopped. He then fell to the floor in pain. Before Uraraka could go to Midoriya, Ishido grabbed him screaming, Sir! Aizawa used his quirk and turned it off. Midoriya then stood up and thanked Ishido. Bakugo was even more angry than before. I can't believe that nerd was barely using his power. I must train. I need to improve. I won't lose. Todoroki sat there shocked saying, That was crazy, I could feel his immense power from all the way over here. Aizawa coughed saying, Sorry Midoriya, but I wanted to show that class something important. It's very vital, class, that you improve your quirks. With the rise of villains, you need to get stronger. So, the school has made a decision. After your exam we will be making dorms for you to live in. After your little break we will work more on your quirks and IQ. We have already told your parents and they agreed. You will move in within 1 month. In the meantime, study for your exam. You're dismissed. He then fell asleep in his sleeping bag. What? Everyone in the class was talking amongst themselves about the change while Ishido walked Midoriya to Recovery Girl. Uraraka was angry and was about to follow until she heard Hagakure. Oh my god, you should have seen it. Ishido was talking to Midoriya all day this morning and even hugged him. Oh, they look so cute. Yaoyorozu said, I don't know, I like Uraraka and Midoriya. Jiro said, I just hope those two don't kill each other. Azui said, Agreed, Ribbit. Hagakure said, that's not all, she called her Midori. She already has a nickname for him. Uraraka stood there overhearing the conversation. Her mind was in tangles. What the? They hugged this morning. I mean, sure, it's normal for friends to hug, but still. I thought she didn't have feelings for him anymore. Wait, she calls him Midori? What the F dash? But what's going on? I need to talk to her. Uraraka then walked out after she got her stuff and saw Ishido and Midoriya. You okay, Midori? Yeah, I'm fine. It just made my muscles burn. Ishido then smiled saying, Since we're off now, want to go hang out? We could get something to eat. Uraraka started at them while clenching the wall. She was so angry she didn't know what to do with herself. If she had the power, she would make the whole school float. Oh, sorry Ishido, I already have plans, but we can hang out some other time. Ah, okay Midori, well here is my phone number. She put her contact in his phone. Call me when you want to hang out, bye. She then ran to get her stuff from the lockers. Midoriya sighed and began walking back to the class until he was stopped by a distraught Uraraka. Oh, hey Uraraka. She didn't say anything, she just kept her head down. Uraraka? She tried to hide her tears, but they started to pour out. She looked at him crying hard saying, You're so mean, Deku. Midoriya was confused. He walked to her saying, What do you mean? What did I do? She realized what she was doing and calmed herself down. She then went to him saying, Can you meet me at my house in 2 hours? Midoriya immediately went red but said, Not sure. She then walked away with her head down and headed to the station. Midoriya stood there dazed and confused. What's wrong with you, Raraka, and what did I do? Wait, am I going over to a girl's house? Once Ashido got home, she locked herself in her room. She then thought to herself, I don't like Midoriya anymore. I already gave up. So why did I do that today? I couldn't stop talking to him. I even hugged him. Ugh, I couldn't even help myself. When I saw him in pain on the floor, She then fell on her bed and cried in her pillow. Zero comment. Chapter 11. Confessions, Love Triangle Arc. After about an hour of crying, Ashido got up and walked downstairs to get something to eat. Her hair was a mess of pink curls and her eyelids were dark pink from her excessive crying. She opened the door, but as she stared at the food, thoughts began to surface. Do I like Midori? No, I don't. I realized that yesterday. Then why is it that whenever I reject him my heart hurts? Ugh, what's going on with me? I don't like him. I don't love him. Her brother came in screaming, I am homie. He walked in the kitchen and saw Ashido staring into the fridge. She was soulless. Her body didn't move at all, as if she was being taken over. Her clothes were a mess. A random punk rock black shirt and some pink shorts. He tried calling her, but she didn't respond. It's like she was statue. He then screamed, Hey Pinky! She didn't move. It's like she was stuck in her mind. He knew something was wrong when she didn't respond to her brother's annoying nickname for her. He then tried to shake her, but as he looked into her eyes, he knew exactly what was wrong. He then flicked her forehead, which caused her to snap out of it. Oh hey Myra. She said it in such a sad way. As if she didn't even understand what it was like to be happy. Sis, what's wrong? This is nothing like you. She couldn't look at him. She just stared at her feet. Her curly hair covered her eyes. No. Myra then hugged her saying, Is it Izuku, Midoriya? Ashido then felt a surge of tears come out of her eyes. Like a dam had just broken. She then began to sob onto her brother's shoulder like a little girl. All her brother could do was hold her. He knew not to say anything. After a while they finally sat down in her room. She had calmed down but was still a mess. What happened, sis? Ashido then told him everything. The UA Sports Festival. His battle against the hero killer. When she realized who she and Uraraka liked. Their battle against them. Her transformation and what transpired today. He laid down on her bed and thought about what to say. He turned to look at her saying, So, you have a new transformation? Yeah. What's the name? Acid Queen. So you can do it, but once you do it you lose control. Yeah. What triggers it for you? Since you did it today, you should know. The transformation is just pure rage and anger. I have to think of something to PSS me off and make me snap. So, what did it for you? She paused. She knew what it was but didn't want to say it. Sis, what is it? Uraraka. He then stared at her. Ever since she went to UA, she was always talking about Uraraka. They were like best friends. Now she is a source of anger. This was crazy. Seriously. And whenever I look at her and Midori, I get so angry and mad. I just wish she would back off. But you told her that you were fine with it. I know. But I still love him. When he held me when I was coming back from my transformation, I just couldn't help it. My feelings were shooting out like a rocket. So why don't you tell him? I couldn't do that. Uraraka loves him. But you do as well. Will you ruin your friendship for him or break your heat for your friend? I don't know. She then stared into the wall thinking about what he said. She then got up and walked out saying, I'm going to take a walk. Here, Myra gave her some money. Could you get that new anime game? Me and Dad are going to play it tonight. Okay. Midoriya stayed an extra hour at the school to talk to All Might about his quirk and All for One. Once he got out, he looked at his phone. He had an hour left to meet Uraraka at her house. He was still confused about what happened. Why was she crying? Why did she say he was mean? It messed with him, but he decided to go to the game store to buy some new issues of Hero Comics. It's been a long time since he was able to sit down and read the new issues. He then went to the store and purchased some of the comics. He then grabs a seat and reads them there. Apparently, the shop wasn't that far from where Uraraka lived, so no reason to head home. As Ashido was walking to the store, her mind was racing. Do I go for Midoriya and stop being friends with Uraraka? Do I be friends with Uraraka and lose my love? Her emotions and mental state of mind was just not right. As she walked into the store, she went and bought the game her brother wanted. Since it was new, the employee had to go get it from the break room. She then played on her phone and searched the web, but then heard a familiar voice. So cool. Midoriya was having the time of his life reading the comic. Amazed by the new issues. He then got told by an employee to be quiet and he smiled while apologizing. Ashido couldn't believe it. Once she got her game, she walked to him. He was so invested in his comic he didn't even notice her. She then sat down in the seat next to him saying, "Is this seat taken?" "No, you can." He then paused as he saw a smiling Ashido right next to him. "Ashido!" She then hugged him, unable to control her emotions. She looked at him. Her eyes were dark pink and she looked at hot mess. "Ashido, you okay?" "Midori, can I ask you a question?" "Sure. How do you feel about relationships?" Well, I don't know. I never really thought about it. But who would like me? I'm not that great or strong. If anything, Kaken would get a girl before me." He then laughed to himself while she pulled off him saying, "I like you, Midori." Then Midoriya's brain stopped. Ashido flicked his forehead and he snapped back. "I'm sorry, what?" "I like you." She then held him closer, clinging to his body. "What?" "She likes me." Okay, calm down. This has never happened before. I don't know how to react. I never even focused on stuff like this. Sirpi, what do I say? All might help. He then put his hand on her hair, rubbing her head. She looked up at him with tears forming. He held her closer saying, "I'm sorry, but this is a lot to process. Can you give me some time, Ashido?" She controlled her tears and shook her head yes. She then got up and said, "Text me when you figure it out, Midori." She then left. Midoriya sat there trying to process what just happened. Do I like Ashido? I mean, she is cute and has a good figure. I don't know. I have been focusing on being the next symbol of peace. That relationships never occurred to me. I don't want to hurt her, but I never even considered dating anyone. At Uraraka house, she was holding her pillow while watching TV. She was by herself since her parents were on a business trip to try and make more money. Even though the TV was on, she couldn't hear it. Her mind was too busy thinking, "I love Dad. He means to the world to me. I honestly don't find anyone else attractive except him. Yet someone else likes him. Out everybody, it has to be my best friend. What's worse is I think he likes her. They were always talking and smiling together. She even has a nickname for him. They have to be close. Ugh, what am I going to do when Deku gets here? I called him mean because I was upset. He did nothing wrong and now I'm inviting him to my house. What's going on with me?" She turned to look at the clock and saw he was going to be there in 10 minutes. She screamed and scrambled to get herself together. Her hair was a mess and she was wearing sweatpants and a hoodie. Totally not cute. She put on a white shirt and some blue shorts, did her hair and went downstairs. She set up the living room and waited for him, hoping she at least looked presentable. Before Midoriya had left the store and walked to her house, he was wearing his normal school outfit since he never went home. Once he got there, he knocked on the door and Uraraka came and opened it. Midoriya was surprised on how cute she was. He never saw Uraraka with normal clothes before. "Hey Deku, come in." "Sure." He walked in and the house was nothing special. Uraraka's family could never really afford stuff, so this was the best they could do. "Sorry Deku, my house isn't amazing." "What are you talking about? It's great." "Pff, stop lying." She was blushing. "No, seriously, me and my mom live together in a small apartment, so this is awesome." "You and your mom? What about your dad?" Midoriya paused and stood there. She immediately got embarrassed saying, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. No, it's fine, I just don't know who he is. It's just been me and my mom." "Oh, you sure?" "Yeah." He then smiled. Uraraka smiled back and looked at his clothes saying, "Why don't you get out of that stuff? It has to be uncomfortable." "I guess, I do have some breathes. Can I use your bathroom?" "Sure, it's over there." After Deku got changed, he came out with blank breathes and a black and white beater. Uraraka was sitting on the couch when she saw him and immediately got red in the face. "OMG, his muscles are so hot. Ugh, I just want to touch them." "Control yourself, women." Midoriya went and sat down next to her but gave some space. "So, what you want to talk about, Uraraka?" "Oh well, Deku. Help me." Midoriya shot up and ran to the door. A woman was being attacked by a villain. "Uraraka, stay here." "Deku, wait." He then charged one for all and shot straight to the villain. This wasn't a normal villain. He looked to be pretty intelligent. He was wearing a hoodie and had a scar in his eye. He had long black hair and had tentacles coming out of him. A tentacle quirk? Okay, I need to increase from 5 to 8%. I have to beat him before the pros come. He grabbed the woman and threw her to Uraraka. She caught her and helped her get away. Midoriya then stood in front of the villain. "Oh, you're pretty fast for a kid. Why were you hurting that woman?" "Simple, I wanted to hurt her, why else?" He shook his head and charged at the boy. He used his tentacles and stretched them to grab Midoriya. Midoriya grabbed both of them with his fist and crushed them. The villain screamed in pain. "Ah, how dare you!" Midoriya then sprung to his stomach and tried to hit him, but the villain blocked with a new tentacle he just created and hit him, causing him to be shot through a building. Uraraka came back screaming, "Deku!" He then shot back and jumped over him and slammed his fist on top of his head. The villain didn't feel it, however, and grabbed him and threw him on the ground, causing Midoriya to cough up blood. Uraraka started to cry and tried to run before Midoriya screamed, "No, stay!" But Deku, he then crushed his tentacle again and shot up to the sky. He then said to himself, "If 8% won't work, let's try 15. He then charged up and massive amounts of lighting and wind were coming of him. The villain saw and got nervous. That boy, did he get stronger? Midoriya then disappeared and came from the villain's right side and hit on the side of his body, causing his ribs to completely break. The villain tried to him, but he disappeared again and appeared behind him and hit him in the back and destroyed his spine. He fell to the ground and passed out from the pain. Midoriya stood tall at his victory, but the added weight of 15% was taking its toll. He immediately fell to the ground. Uraraka ran and grabbed him while crying, saying, "Deku, please don't die." He gave her a thumbs up, letting her know he was okay. He then passed out. She smiled and picked him up and took him to her house to take care of him. The pros arrived to a knocked-out villain but didn't know who did it. They didn't question it, however, and took him to prison. Uraraka put Midoriya in her bed. She treated his cuts and bruises and took off his shirt. She took a very good look at his body. Midoriya was completely ripped. It's hard to tell since he never shows it, but he was toned like crazy. She got red and was getting hot but tried to ignore it and take care of him. After some time had passed, he woke and saw her reading a book. He sat up and held his head, saying, "Ah well." Uraraka dropped her book and jumped on him, diving her face in his muscles. She immediately started to cry and screamed, "OMG, I didn't know if you were going to die or not, it scared me so much." Midoriya just held her close and she then looked up at him. His heart then skipped a beat. He thought back to when he first saw her. When he tripped and she made him float so he wouldn't fall. When she saved him from falling to his death. When she offered to give him points so he could pass. When she told him that Deku was the name of a hero. When she always smiled and talked to him. When she fought with him against Bakugo and Ishido. When she was bawling out tears and worried about him when he woke from his fight. He looked at her and held her, saying, "I don't know what just happened and I may be moving too fast, but I think I just fell for you, Uraraka." She couldn't believe what she just heard. Her tears then turned to waterfalls as she pulled back and looked at Midoriya. She then said, "I love you, Deku. I love you so much." Midoriya then smiled and pulled her close to him so their foreheads touched. I love you too, Uraraka. He then kissed her, and as they kissed, words came into his head. Text me when you have your final response, Midori. I'm sorry, Ishido. As they stopped kissing, Uraraka held him closer, saying, My parents won't be home tonight. Want to stay with me? Sure. He smiled and kissed her again before they laid down to watch TV together. Uraraka grabbed his arm and snuggled into him. I'm so happy I could die. I love you, Deku. Once Ishido got home, Myra went to her. Hey sis, you okay? She then smiled, which shocked her brother. Yeah, I saw him in the store and I told him how I felt. Mira's jaw almost hit the floor. OMG, really, what he say? Well, he didn't have an answer for me yet, but he held me and rubbed my hair, so I think I have a chance. Good job, sis. So you have the game? Let's go play the game with Dad. Yep, let's go, bro, she then smiled. Little did she know that Deku was in Uraraka's bed having a makeout session. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 12. Love and Fear, Love Triangle Arc. It was the next day. A Sunday. Midoriya was fast asleep while Uraraka was clinging to him. Uraraka had woke up and saw Midoriya. He was fast asleep with his shirt off and she couldn't help but smile. This doesn't seem real. I have been crushing over him since he first saved me and now he is my boyfriend. I'm just so happy. Also, DMN, he looks so cute when he sleeps. I love it. Oh, I should make him some breakfast and show him my cooking. She got up, kissed Midoriya on the cheek and went to go make some food. After about 30 minutes, Midoriya had woke up. At first, he was confused. Why is my room pink? Why does it smell like girl in here? OMG, that's right, I am in Uraraka's room and we made out last night. He then got red in the face but got up and realized he had no shirt on. He went and grabbed his school shirt and went to his phone. 200 messages and calls from his mother. Uraraka came running and saw Midoriya looking at his phone as his face was dripping in sweat. What's wrong? I forgot to tell my where I was. She was shocked. She never heard Midoriya curse. She didn't think he could do it. She went to him and held him, saying, It's okay. Just call her, she is just worried. You don't know my mom. What you mean? Quick phone call later. Izuku. Baby, where are you? OMG, please come home to mommy, I thought you died or got kidnapped. OMG, are you okay? Uraraka almost laughed. She couldn't believe how worried she was. I'm fine, mom, I just spent the night over at a friend's house. Okay, baby, but please tell me next time so I don't die from a heart attack. Will do, mom. I'm sorry. Uraraka then kissed Deku, saying, Good job. As Midoriya pressed the end call button, her mom heard the girl's voice screaming. Deku, is that a girl? The phone call ended. Midoriya and Uraraka laughed and kissed each other. Uraraka got up, saying, I made food, want to try some? For real? Yes, please. As Midoriya took his first bite, he was swarmed by the goodness of it. His mouth was flooded with sweetness. This is amazing, Uraraka. Really? Thank you. She smiled and was happy she could satisfy him. As she was washing the dishes, Midoriya went behind her and flipped her around. Woe to you, what you are doing? He then kissed her, saying, I just wanted to kiss you. She smiled and kissed him back, and he took her to the living room, and they made out on the couch until something happened. Uraraka smelled Midoriya's shirt and it smelled like another girl. She then pushed him off, saying, Deku, what you do yesterday? Oh, well, after you left, I stayed at the school for an hour to talk to All Might about my fighting style. Then I went to the game store to buy some comics. Anything else? No, just went here afterwards. Deku, please don't lie to me. Your shirt smells like a girl. She was worried and was hoping it isn't what she thought it was. He paused but took a deep breath and explained what happened. I didn't know what to say because I didn't know my feelings at the time. I'm sorry. She had nothing to say. But that doesn't change how I feel. I love you, Uraraka. I really do. She then jumped on him and looked at him, saying, If you really love me, then prove it to me. Call me Ochako, spend the whole day with me and love me all day. Midoriya held her and kissed her so passionately that she got wet from it and said, Okay, Ochako. She then French kissed him and they made out for a while. As they were watching TV together, they heard a click on the door. My parents. Midoriya shot up. What? I thought they were gone. They must have came back early, go now. Midoriya activated his quirk and shot across the house grabbing everything he could, then hid underneath her bed waiting for a chance to leave. Uraraka got herself and greeted her parents. Her mom came in and hugged her saying, "Oh, sweetie, I missed you." I missed you too, Mom." Her mom then smelled her and got suspicious and whispered in her ear, "Young lady, me and you are going to have a talk later." Uraraka near sheet herself in fear saying, "Okay." Her dad walked in and immediately fell asleep on the couch. "Oh dear, honey, at least sleep upstairs." He couldn't hear her. He was out cold. His mom sighed and took Uraraka to the kitchen saying, "Okay, young lady, spill it. I smell a boy." Uraraka was nervous but the jig was up. "Well, Mom, I remember the green-haired boy from the sports festival. Nichem Izuku Midoriya, I think. What about him?" "Well, we are dating." "Okay, and is he here because you smell fresh, almost like he was just holding you?" She sighed and texted him saying, "Come downstairs." Midoriya saw the text and walked downstairs saying, "Oh, am I good to go?" He saw Uraraka's mom and immediately went on his knees saying, "Sorry." Her mom laughed saying, "Don't worry, I'm not mad." They both looked at her saying, "What?" "When I was a kid, I had boys over all the time, so I know what it's like." "But Midoriya, is it?" "Why, yes, ma'am." He was still shaking from fear. "Please take good care of her. She can be clumsy and needy, but I know my daughter loves you with all her heart." Midoriya smiled while she was embarrassed. "Mom, how you know? You talk a lot in your sleep, honey." She then put her head down blushing. "Now, sorry to be rude, but you have to go now before her father wakes up. Right, by Ochako." He then left and went home. Uraraka hugged her mom saying, "Thank you. Anytime, sweetie." When Midoriya got home, he opened the door. His mother was furious. "Izuku Midoriya. Who was that girl?" He sighed and explained everything to her. Time skipped 1 week. After the exams, everyone was getting ready for the training camp. During the week of finals, Midoriya didn't speak to Uraraka or Mina. So, while Uraraka missed Midoriya terribly, Mina was still in the dark. The day then came. They got off the bus and to their location. "WWW, yeah, I am so pumped," said by Kirishima. "Hell yeah, time to really become heroes," said my Kaminari. "I can't wait to improve my abilities ribbit," said by Azui. As everyone was talking, Ishido couldn't help but look at Midoriya. He was talking to Uraraka. And Todoroki. She tried to walk to him but was cut off by Aizawa. "All right, class, get ready for hell on earth for 1 week." Then 4 pro heroes showed. Midoriya then squealed like a fangirl. "It's the wild, wild pussycats." Everyone looked at him confused. Pixie Bob introduced herself saying, "As the boy said, we are the wild, wild pussycats. We are going to be your trainees for the next week. I'm Pixie Bob, that's Ragdoll, Tiger, and Mandalay." As everyone said hi, Midoriya shot to them saying, "See, can I get your autograph?" Pixie Bob laughed saying, "I like this one, he's got spirit." Uraraka went up to Midoriya saying, "Deku, you can get their autograph later." "Ah, but Ochako, please." She then bopped him on the head saying, "No." Everyone froze at what Midoriya just said. Hagakure went to Yaoyorozu saying, "Did he just call her Ochako?" "Yeah, something must have happened between those two." Jiro looked at Ishido. She looked at her like her soul had just shattered. Before anyone else could react, Pixie Bob screamed, "All right, kiddies, the camp you will be staying at is 3 hours away. Which is over there. If you don't make it by 8, which right now it's 6, no food." "What?" Pixie Bob then made the ground turn into mush and everyone slide down the mountain into the woods. "Oh, w, said by Mineta. "Ugh, how are we going to get there by 8 ribbit?" said by Azui. "We will just have to run. Let's go, class 1, said by Ida. As everyone got up, a big monster appeared and tried to attack Uraraka, but before it could, Midoriya dashed across and green electricity shot off him screaming, "Smash!" He punched right through it saying, "Guys, there is more. We are going to have to work together if we want to win." "Shut it, you nerd." Bakugo then sent his explosions at the monsters one by one while Todoroki was burning them to a corpse. Uraraka went to Midoriya saying, "Thanks, Deku." "Of course, Ochako." They then smiled while Ashido looked at them. "What's going on? They can't be together?" "No, I doubt it. The way Midori held me last week. He had to have had feelings for me, right?" As she was in thought, the monster almost hit her until Midoriya came and destroyed it, screaming, "Come on, Ashido. We have to fight." She snapped out of it saying, "Okay, sorry." After a long day of battle, they get to the camp and everyone was tired and super hungry. Pixie Bob said, "Wow, you guys got here faster than I thought you would." Mineta screamed, "Do we got food?" Pixie Bob laughed saying, "Yes, you do, but you have to make it yourself. All of the ingredients are right there on the table." As everyone was getting the food and walking to their stations, Midoriya saw a boy. Mandalay went to Midoriya saying, "If you're wondering who that is, that's my nephew. He is going to be with you guys for the week. His name is Koda." Midoriya walks up to him saying, "Hi, Koda, my name is Deku and I'm a hero." Koda then punched him in the ball and Midoriya fell straight to the ground. Uraraka ran to Midoriya and held him saying, "You okay, Deku?" Midoriya shook his head no and he grabbed his ball. Mandalay just sighed as she didn't know what to do with him. As everyone was eating after making it, the girls then went to Uraraka as she was eating with Midoriya. Jiro grabbed her arm saying, "You need to come now." Before she could even respond, she was taken to where the cabin was and they trapped her in. "Girls, why did you bring me here?" Jiro giggled saying, "You know why." Uraraka then got red in the face. "Are you and Midoriya dating Ribbit?" "And all." "Then why is he calling you by your first name, huh?" Hagakure said. Uraraka looked away saying, "We just got close so." As the girls were trying to get information, Ashido just remained quiet, trying not to break down right then and there. She then got up and left. None of the girls noticed, they were too busy teasing Uraraka. As Midoriya was putting away his food, he saw Koda walking away into the forest. He soon followed. After he got hit in the ball, Mandalay told him about his parents and their tragic death. He couldn't help but feel bad about him. All he had was his mother, and if Midoriya lost her he would go insane. So, he could understand what he is going through. As Ashido was walking, she saw Midoriya went into the woods by himself. "Midori?" She soon followed, curious to what he was doing. Koda was in his special spot being alone. Midoriya followed and said, "Hi, Koda." He turned around angry saying, "What are you doing here? This is my spot and I don't want no wannabe heroes here." "Koda, leave now." As Ashido got there he saw an angry Koda yelling at Midoriya. She hid behind the trees so she couldn't be seen. Midoriya walked up to him and held him. Koda immediately calmed down as he hugged him. "I know what happened to your parents was brutal and I can understand what you're going through. I had no dad growing up. It was just me and my mom. Life was hard. I got made fun of for not having a dad and being a mama's boy. It was rough, but I was able to smile through it. When I found friends and was able to train and be a hero. To save people like you. It never fails to put a smile on my face." Koda then looked at him and his generous smile. It immediately made him cry and he hugged Midoriya with everything he had. Ashido looked at it and almost cried herself. My love for Midori just grew. Then an explosion happened. Midoriya put Koda behind himself, as a big tall and buff man with blonde hair came out of nowhere. "Hey, you're Izuku Midoriya, right?" Midoriya held Koda and charged his quirk. "Yeah, why you ask?" "Awesome. I'm here to kill and take your little classmate. Bakugo, right?" Midoriya then got angry. "What do you want with him?" "Now why would I tell you kids?" Is that a child behind you?" "Wait, the water hose kid, right?" "Ha ha, this will be great. I can kill you and kill off the bloodline for good." Koda then screamed. "Wait, it was you. You killed my mother and father." "Sure did, kid. They even gave me this FING scar. So I owe it to them to kill you." He jumped towards Koda, but Midoriya grabbed him and dashed across before the villain could attack. Midoriya screamed with anger. "Ik who you are. You're muscular. You ruined this kid's life. You're going to pay." Muscular then charged his quirk. His muscles were coming out him and he got stronger, saying, "Try me." He then shot towards Midoriya. Midoriya grabbed Koda and shot past him again and saw Ashido. Ashido perfect timing, take Koda and run now. Ashido nodded and grabbed him but was worried. Midori, you can't just fight him by yourself. Muscular then shot towards Midoriya again but this time faster. Midoriya charged up 8% and held him back with his hands. "Get the F out of here now." Ashido got scared by his language and tone and ran with Koda. Koda held Ashido out of pure fear. "Ma'am, is he going to die? I just lost my parents. I can't lose him too." He then started to cry in her shirt. She held him closer, saying, "Don't worry, Midori won't lose. It's just not in his nature." She then looked back as she was running. He was struggling to keep him away and she shed a tear, saying, "Please be safe, Midori. For me and Uraraka." Midoriya pushed him away but Muscular shot back quick before he could get his hands back and hit him square in the face, destroying his cheek. Midoriya shot through the forest into a tree. Muscular then jumped and was about to squash him until Midoriya charged up 15% and jumped away. "I'm going to have to use 100% of my power. I have to, or else everyone is going to die." As he landed with his busted cheek, Muscular started to laugh. "What's so funny?" "Oh, sorry, it's just we have numerous villains here ready to kill you all. They should be surrounding your class at this very moment." As Midoriya turned around, he could see fire emerging in a circle around the cabins and eating area. Bakugo, Koda, Ashido, Ochako, everyone knew. As Midoriya was freaking out, he then got hit by Muscular square in the chest, destroying his ribs. He fell to the ground coughing up blood as his quirk went away. Muscular then kicked him so hard he went flying straight back to the camp. As Ashido arrived, she could see everyone fighting for their lives. Class 1A was fighting against the League of Villains main people: Toga, Dabi, Twice, Spinner, and Mr. Compress. Class 1B was fighting against the random people they had to offer. As Aizawa was erasing quirks, he saw Ashido with Koda. "Ashido, give him here." Ashido handed over Koda. "Sir, it's about Midori. He is fighting against a villain all alone and they're here for Bakugo." Aizawa was shocked and went to Mandalay. She told everyone by using her quirk about Midoriya and the villain's plan. Ashido screamed, "We have to help him now." Aizawa agreed, but before he could say a word, Midoriya flew past him at record speed and was thrown into the boys' cabin. Uraraka saw what happened and screamed, "Deku!" as she tried to run to him, but Toga grabbed her and started to SCK her blood, screaming, "Yay, blood!" She was then kicked by Azui and Uraraka ran straight to Midoriya. He was almost unconscious. His face was badly swollen, and his shirt was completely tearing off. His destroyed ribs were shown in full effect and his hair had blood on it. Before Aizawa could get there, he was then attacked by Muscular, but he dodged and jumped away. Muscular then saw the boy hiding behind a tree. "There you are." Koda was crying and scared out of his mind. Midoriya got up as Uraraka ran to him screaming, "Nua Koda!" Muscular then hit the boy in the stomach, causing his ribs to break, and the boy flung in the air and passed out from the pain as he landed on the ground. Aizawa grabbed Koda and Pixie Bob and Mandalay flung towards Muscular in a fit of rage. They both screamed in rage. "How could you kill Koda?" As Uraraka got to Midoriya, she saw him. Tears were flooding out his eyes as he saw Koda lying lifeless in Aizawa's arms. Ashido was on the floor crying, screaming, "How could you? He was just a kid." Muscular hit both of the pro heroes harder than ever and they both flew into a tree. He then laughed, saying, "Because killing is fun." Something in Midoriya's brain completely snapped and a source of red electricity came off him, completely destroying the ground around him. Everyone, including the teacher's pro-villain and Class 1A, looked at him. The electricity was getting stronger and it started to make louder sounds. He was balling up fist in pure rage and wind was growing off of him, sending Uraraka away before Azui caught her. Muscular was caught off guard by the boy's power. Midoriya then walked out the broken cabin and looked at Muscular. His eyes were no longer green. They were bloodshot red. Then he screamed, "I'm going to murder you for what you did to Kota." Zero comment. Chapter 13. Who Are You? Love Triangle Arc. The air was thick, and rage could be smelled in the air. Everyone looked at Midoriya with fear. Bakugo even got scared, saying, Did he just say he was going to murder him? Kirishima was terrified, saying, Is he lighting red? Todoroki even got scared, saying, We got to go, everyone, we gotta go. Everyone saw Todoroki frightened and scared for his life. Muscular took a step back, saying, What the? Aizawa picked up Pixie Bob and Mandalay while holding Kota. He saw Midoriya power skyrocket and he could only feel fear. For once Aizawa was scared. Midoriya then shot towards him so fast no one could see him. He then grabbed his arm and ripped it off his body. Muscular screamed in pain as blood shot everywhere. Everyone was shocked at what they had just saw. Uraraka was crying, saying, Deku, what's wrong with you? The villains were even scared. Mr. Compress screamed, I think it about time we go. Midoriya saw and shot towards him with muscular arm and slammed against his face, destroying his mask, and then threw away the arm and grabbed Compress's face as he slammed it into the ground. He then smiled as he punched his right eye, completely destroying it. Blood was all over Compress's face as he screamed in pain. Midoriya then stood and finger flicked him, causing his body to dig 20 feet down in the ground. There was huge hole in Compress's chest. All the villains looked in fear. Toga screamed, That's way too much blood, Izuku. Midoriya then shot to her and hit her clean in the face, destroying her jaw and threw her through 10 trees, knocking her out. Midoriya then walked towards Twice, Spinner and Dabi. They all stood back. Even Dabi was scared. He took out 3 of their people like it was nothing, then Muscular shot towards Midoriya, screaming, How dare you! Midoriya smiled and backhanded him, causing him to fly through the dirt. He walked to him and tore off his other arm. Then Muscular screamed in agony as Midoriya smiled. He aimed his fingers at his leg and shot them at 100%, destroying his legs. Muscular passed out from the pain. Class 1B had arrived as Vlad King screamed, We are here to assist. He saw only Midoriya standing as he was smiling as Muscular, who had no arms and legs. Kurgoi the warp villain appeared and made his portals. Dabi, Twice and Spinner ran for their life. That was it, all the villains were gone or beaten. Midoriya then looked towards his class. They all stood back as he stared at them. His eyes were bloodshot red and he had the smirk of a villain and blood was splattered all over him. Then something happened that shocked everybody. Midoriya was crying. He still had the look of a monster, but he was crying. Uraraka screamed, Do I know you're in there? Please come back. This isn't you. Midoriya shot towards her and everyone was on guard. He then held her, and his red electricity disappeared, turning into green. His eyes turned back to green as well, and he then cried harder than ever. I'm sorry, Ochako. I'm sorry, everybody, I don't know what happened to me. Uraraka held him as she cried, saying, It's fine, Deku, I'm just glad the real you is back. Everyone was still in shock. Midoriya had looked like a monster. The way he smiled as he beat his opponents. It was terrifying. Everyone went to the couple and Aizawa said, Midoriya. Midoriya got up from Ochako's shoulder, saying, Yes, sir. What just happened? Midoriya then looked down, saying, I don't know. I just got so angry after seeing Kota die. Everyone looked at the unconscious Kota, who was being treated by Mandalay. Pixie Bob walked to Midoriya and held him, crying, saying, Thank you, Midoriya, for saving all of us. Also, Kota is still alive, just hurt very badly. Everyone sighed as Midoriya cried, saying, Thank God. Then Bakugo walked to Midoriya and held him. Everyone was shocked as Bakugo put his head down and said, Nerd, don't ever do that again. I didn't even know who you were. Midoriya looked and put his arm forward for a fist bump, saying, Right. They fist bumped and everyone smiled. Well, that was scary, but I'm glad Midoriya is fine, said by Kamari. Tokoyami said, indeed that was scarier than Dark Shadow when he gets too powerful. Midoriya walked back to Uraraka and kissed her in front of everybody. All the girls squealed except Ishido and all the guys were in shock. She kissed him back and he held her close saying, "Thank you, Ochako, because of you I was able to snap back into my senses." She cried and held his hair saying, "Of course, Izuku." All the girls went crazy as she called him by his first name. Aizawa and the pro heroes smiled at the sight. Ishido couldn't hold it in anymore and cried right there. Jiro saw and ran to her saying, "Ishido, what's wrong?" She didn't say nothing. She just cried. Then Midoriya passed out. His broken ribs, destroyed fingers from his quirk and broken jaw, set back in. Ochako held him. Everyone then stayed there and waited as the cops and ambulance came. Zero comment. Chapter 14. Let's Train. Love Triangle Arc. Class 1A and Class 1B just got done surviving an attack from the League of Villains. Class 1B was virtually unharmed. Vlad King and the class worked together to overpower the villains. Class 1A had no injuries except Midoriya. He had a broken cheek and both of his ribs were shattered. He also had 4 broken fingers from his quirk. Koda had shattered ribs but was healed due to Recovery Girl. Pixie Bob and Mandalay took a direct blow from Muscular and suffered a very minor concussion. Tiger and Ragdoll were fine. They came back from an urgent call but it turned out to be the villains trying to separate them. All the villains Class 1B beat were taken to prison. Mr. Compress was barely alive and now only had one eye. He also had a massive mark where the hole in his stomach was. He was currently on life support in prison. Muscular died due to blood loss. They couldn't find Toga. It looks like the villains took her when they left. Midoriya was in his hospital bed. It had been 6 days since the fight. Koda woke up after 2 days and stayed in the same room as Midoriya. Uraraka was basically sleeping there refusing to leave until he woke up. Yue decided to keep this secret. They didn't tell anyone, not even their families. From what their families thought, they were still training. The students were given a week of school and most of Class 1A went back to their new dorms. The dorms were being built over exam week and their stuff was to be moved in on the day of training camp. So, everybody got situated in their new rooms. Uraraka was reading and Koda came back from the bathroom. "Hey Koda," Uraraka said with a smile. Koda waved saying, "Hi Ochako." They both had bonded very well. Koda looked up to Midoriya as he was the best hero to ever walk the earth and his girlfriend was there, so they got along well together. Koda looked at Midoriya who was still unconscious. His smile turned into a worry and he went to Uraraka and jumped on her and she held him. Koda was forming tears and said, "Is he ever going to wake up?" Uraraka rubbed his hair saying, "Yes, he will. He is my Izuku after all." She gave Koda her smile that would light up the world. He calmed down quick and hugged her again. It was as if she was a big sister. Koda then jumped off saying, "Ochako, can we train please? I want to be a hero just like Deku." Uraraka had been training him since he woke up. His doctors said it was fine, plus Koda wanted to protect people. He was truly becoming Deku. She smiled and put her book down saying, "Sure." Koda put his hand in the air and screamed, "Yes." They walked outside behind the hospital. Koda had a quirk just like his parents. He could shoot water out of his hands. Although it wasn't that powerful and couldn't shoot that far, Uraraka decided to work him on combat training since that was what she was good at. She would also make rocks float and he had to hit them with his water. As they were training, Midoriya was in his mind. He stood in a dark room. It was pure black. He couldn't see anything as he tried to move around. "Where am I?" Then words came to him. "Nua Kodal." He then grabbed his head as a sudden burst of pain surged through it. Red electricity came of him, only this time it was stronger and much more destructive. It was going crazy looking for something to kill. He started to scream in pain as more words came. "I'm going to murder you for what you did to Kota." He then grabbed his eye and one eye turned red. His hair color started to change. It was slowly turning into a reddish green. "What happening to me?" Flashbacks came into his head as he saw him murder Muscular. He saw the smile he gave. He saw Kota fall to the ground. He then hit the ground and the whole room was destroyed. He was falling into a void. As he got deeper it started to turn red. His hair color was now pure red. Both eyes turned. If only my eyes were faster and stronger. I could have saved Kota. Before his murderous grin could appear, a voice came. You need to control your anger or else you will never be able to protect anyone. He looked up and saw a man with goggles. He was bald and had his arms were crossed. Midoriya saw him clearly even though all he saw was blood. As he was falling the man screamed. If you want to protect your friends, let go of the anger. Before it's too late. Midoriya then closed his eyes. The flashbacks of his fight were still appearing. He couldn't suppress it. Every time he saw himself kill and every time he saw Kota get hit, the anger grew. His body was now turning red. His electricity grew more terrifying and his grin appeared. The man with the goggles shook his head saying, "Is this where One for All ends?" Then a voice appeared. "Do I know you're in there? Please come back. This isn't you." He then grabbed his head and screamed as the anger was trying to take over. Then it appeared again. "I love you, Deku. Ochako." Then everything stopped. He was no longer falling. His body was normal. Green hair, eyes, and electricity. He then moved upwards and a flashing bright light appeared. The man with the goggles left saying, "You did well, Midoriya." Midoriya then woke up and saw the lights. He looked around and saw he was in a hospital room. That was crazy. Who was that man that helped me? He then got up and when he landed on his feet, he was shocked. No pain? I must have been out for a while. He went to the window and was shocked. He saw Kota trying to dodge Uraraka's kicks and punches. Is he training? Is Ochako training him? He then smiled saying, "I need to train too." He took off his gown and saw his regular clothes he packed for the trip. He grabbed a regular shirt and shorts and went to them. Uraraka then grabbed some rocks saying, "Okay Kota, you have to break these now, alright? Try to focus your water and make it stronger." Kota nodded and raised his arm. Water shot out and he hit it but it didn't break. Kota looked down in sorrow. "Silly, that's not how you do it." Kota got angry and turned around screaming. "Oh yeah, why don't you?" Midoriya was walking to him smiling. Uraraka held her mouth while tears began to swell up. Midoriya then charged his quirk. Full cowling 20%. Then a gust of wind appeared, and his green electricity soared. He then read his fingers saying, "You have to concentrate really hard on one spot in your body. Then once you gain enough power you then go for it." He then finger flick and the wind bullet soared through the rock destroying it completely. Kota watched as his favorite hero stood in front of him. Tears began to well up and he ran to him screaming, "Deku!" Kota jumped and hugged him as he cried in his shoulder. Midoriya held him tight saying, "It's nice to see you, Kota." Kota got down and smiled saying, "Someone also missed you." Midoriya turned and saw Uraraka. She was crying hard and he walked up to her and held her. Uraraka then broke. "Izuku Ongizuku, I'm so happy you're okay." She then kissed him and they stood for a while kissing. Kota got disgusted saying, "Ew." Uraraka smiled and held Midoriya closer. "I love you, Izuku." "I love you too, Ochako." They then kissed once more and Uraraka and Kota told him everything that had happened. "I was out for 6 days?" Kota nodded while Uraraka held on to him. She refused to let go. "Wow, so what about everyone else, are they safe? What about the PP cats?" "Everyone is safe." "Yeah, Izuku, also we got 2 days till class starts." "Okay, well I guess it's time to go home then." As Midoriya got up, Kota rubbed his leg. "Wait, can we train please?" Uraraka tried to interject since they had been training for a while but Midoriya said, "Sure." Uraraka created some rocks and Kota stood in front of it. "Deku, I don't know if I can do it." Midoriya got on one knee saying, "When I first started, I used to hurt myself using my power. I couldn't control it at all, but I pushed through and while I'm not there, yet I can actually save people now like you. You just have to work hard and believe in yourself." Kota's eyes widened. His hero was once weak. It was a foreign concept to him. It didn't make sense. Like, how is that possible? Midoriya then readied his fingers and said, "You have to focus everything into one spot on your finger. Once it builds up, you then release it." He then finger flicked and destroyed the rock. Kota walked up to the rock. He readied his fingers just like Deku. It was hard. Too hard, as every time he tried to release it nothing would happen. He was about to give up until Midoriya screamed. Real heroes never give up, they keep fighting no matter what. Something snapped in Kota. He looked at the rock and did something that shocked Uraraka and Midoriya. He smiled, but it wasn't a regular smile. "Is that Izuku/my smile?" they both said. He then readied his finger and screamed. Full cowling water flick. Then a powerful gust of water appeared and destroyed the rock. Midoriya and Uraraka were shocked. Kota jumped up and down screaming, "I did it, I did it, I did it." Midoriya walked up to him and gave him a fist. Kota nodded and they bumped fists together. "You just took one step closer to becoming a hero," Midoriya then smiled. Then they heard clapping. Midoriya turned around and it was All Might, Aizawa, and Principal Nizu. "You surprise me every day, young Midoriya," said by All Might. Aizawa said, "Yeah, that was some pretty good teaching," Principal Nizu said. Agreed. Midoriya got nervous and rubbed the back of his head saying, Thank you. Young Midoriya, I hate to be rude, but we need to speak to you alone. Uraraka Kota." Uraraka nodded and took Kota but kissed Midoriya saying, "Come back quick." Izuku. Midoriya kissed her back and she left. "All right, Midoriya," said by Aizawa. "Yes, sir. The form you displayed 6 days ago was a frightening form. You murdered the villain Muscular and critically injured Compress. While they deserved it, you did it on purpose. We are still going to let you attend to UA, but we will monitor you." "Okay. Young Midoriya, we will also have practice every day to control this new power," All Might said. Midoriya nodded and Principal Nizu said, "If your power gets out of hand and you kill or hurt someone, we will be forced to kick you out of UA and arrest you. We know you are a good hero and work hard, but we have to keep our future heroes safe." "Yes, sir." They then left and Midoriya had a chance to think. This new power, I controlled it in my dream. I just can't let the anger get over me. This is going to be hard. Midoriya then walked back to his room where Uraraka and Kota were. After about 3 hours, Midoriya was discharged and Kota went home with the PP cats. As Kota was in the car, he asked Mandalay, "Hey, can I see your phone?" "Sure, but why?" "I want to see Deku. He said he used to be weak and I doubt it." "Oh well, he isn't a hero yet, so he won't have anything to show." "What, there has to be something." UA does hold a sports festival. Let me look it up." "Wow, he is on here and he fought against Todoroki." "Wow. Oh, can I see?" "Sure." She then gave him her phone. Kota watched as he saw Midoriya finger flick, but he broke his fingers. Mandalay Deku breaks his fingers every time he uses his quirk, and where is his electricity? I don't think he could control it back then. Wow, but he's still fighting. He is so cool. Mandalay smiled as she was driving. "Thank you, Midoriya, because of you Kota now is smiling and wants to be a hero." Zero comment. Chapter 15. Best Friends, Love Triangle Arc. Midoriya and Uraraka were walking back to the UA dorms. The whole time they didn't talk. Midoriya was lost in thought. "I have to control this new power. I need to, or else I can't be a hero. It's the only way that I can succeed. The only way I can be the person I want to be. If I don't do this, I won't be able to protect the people that I love. My mother, friends and Ochako." "Izuku." What's up? You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." He gave his smile, but it was fake and she knew it. However, she didn't say anything, but she wouldn't forget it. "Okay, Izuku." She then kissed him on the cheek. Once they got to the dorms, they were greeted by their whole class. "Midoriya, I take it recovery went well," said by Ida. "Yeah, I felt no pain when I woke." "That's fantastic." Ida then threw his arms down at a perfect angle. Bakugo was sitting on the couch but smiled. "Agreed, the darkness has protected you, Midoriya," said by Tokoyami. "I don't think it was that," said by Ojiro. Yo Midoriya, are you and Uraraka dating? Said by Kaminari. WB. Then Uraraka sighed and kissed him in front of everyone. All the girls except Ishido went crazy. Does that answer your question, Kaminari? Said by Uraraka. Why yeah, congrats Midoriya. Thanks. Hagakure went up to him excited saying. Have you and Uraraka Midoriya then got red in the face. Uraraka went crazy throwing her arms around saying. NNNNU. Everyone laughed at the couple. Todoroki then walked up to Midoriya and broke the ice. What was that power, Midoriya? It was something I've never seen you do before. Everyone went quiet. Uraraka looked at Midoriya worried. Come to think of it, we never talked about it. Oh, don't tell me it's still worrying him. I don't know. When I saw Koda getting hit I just snapped. Midoriya then zoned out. No, the rage. It's coming back if I have to go. You were so scary Midoriya, I thought you was going to kill us, said by Mineta. Kirishima then hit him on the head saying. Shut it man, he already feels bad. He then looked at Midoriya. His head was down as his green curls covered his eyes. You good man, said by Kirishima. Yeah, I just need some time to myself. Midoriya then turned around and walked to the door. Wait, Izuku come back. Midoriya turned around and shocked everyone. His left eye was turning red. The anger in him was still fresh and pure. I'm sorry but I need to go. He then walked out and closed the door. Everyone was worried and the girls went to Uraraka who was trying to hold back tears. Then Bakugo stood up and left. Kirishima noticed him saying, Where are you going man? Shut it. There was no anger or yelling in his voice. Only sorrow. All the guys noticed this and went to follow him. Bakugo may have been an angry person and always treated Midoriya wrong, but once he saw how much he was suffering it truly hit Bakugo like a ton of bricks. As he was in his room, he punched the wall. Demon nerd, come back. I can't surpass you if you're not here. All the guys were outside his door and heard him. Kaminari tried to knock on the door but Kirishima put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head no. They all walked to their rooms angry, they couldn't help their friends in need. As the girls tried to calm Uraraka down, Ishido sat on the couch. She couldn't care less about the girl. She only cared about Midoriya. Plus, she still had questions she needed answers to. She then stood up and walked out closing the door following Midoriya. These last 6 days had been hell for her. Her crush, the love of her life was dating her enemy. It destroyed her. She thought that he loved her. It turns out he didn't. He never even told her. She was more than heartbroken. She was depressed. She still wanted him though. She still loved him. The love was too deep for her to stop now. It didn't matter if he was dating someone else. She wanted him. Uraraka noticed she left and followed. Uraraka, where you're going ribbit, said by Azui. I'm going to my boyfriend but also to handle some business. Uraraka turned to look at the girls and she gave the look of anger. Jealously and sorrow riddled her face. Jiro then got scared. No, I know what you're going to do. Hagakure looked at the scared Jiro saying. What is she going to do? She is going to fight Ishido. Yaoyorozu walked to Uraraka saying. You can't do that. You're friends not enemies. Uraraka turned her back on her and closed the door saying. If we don't settle this now then we can't be friends. She then walked towards the direction Midoriya went. All the girls stood in silence. We have to tell a teacher they're going to kill each other, said by Jiro. No, said by Azui. Why? I know Uraraka and Ishido. They have been close for a while and they both need this in order to move forward. This has been brewing since Midoriya came back from his internship. Remember the fight between them during training? Ishido was going to kill her. If they do this, they could never be friends again. The room became silent as tears could be heard by Yaoyorozu. Please be okay, Ishido and Uraraka. Said by the vice class president. Midoriya was walking behind the dorms into the wooded area. He was holding his left eye. The anger was rising. Just thinking about that day made him shiver. He wanted to hurt something. The anger was becoming uncontrollable. Then he stopped walking and tried to calm down. He thought about Koda and him learning how to destroy the rock. The time he spent with his mother, friends, and Uraraka. Then the anger then left him, and he was standing there sweating. Finally, I calmed down. I need to learn to suppress it. But how? Then he felt a touch on his head. Idiot, he turned around and saw Ashido. She was crying. Her usual smile was completely gone and Midoriya knew exactly why she was here. Ashido, I'm... Shut up, Midori. No, that, Midoriya, I loved you so much. You broke my heart. How dare you? You couldn't even message me saying no. Even worse, you chose Uraraka over me. Why? I thought you loved me. She broke down completely. Her heart was torn, and the pieces were impossible to put back together. Her tears came out as acid as it made holes in the ground. Midoriya tried to get close but she slapped him. Don't get close to me, you a-hole. Midoriya rubbed his face. He tried once more but was interrupted. Why, Ashido? Uraraka had came and stood behind her. Why are you still upset? You told me yourself that I could have him, didn't you? I did, but I still love him. Don't you understand? Ashido's skin was turning black and her hair was turning brown. Acid Queen was coming back and not for the better. Why can't you understand that he is mine now? He loves me, not you. Ashido then snapped her horns, grew larger, and her acid was coming out her arms like a waterfall. It was green and smoking. Midoriya then noticed something. I know this feeling. This anger, this rage. Ashido is going through the same thing I'm going through. Oh no, Ochako is in danger. Midoriya then charged his quirk before Uraraka said. No, Izuku, don't. But Ochako. This is our fight. Midoriya nodded and jumped on top of a tree to watch the fight. Uraraka looked at Ashido. Ashido, we are friends, I know we are, please don't do this. How can we be friends when you're dating my love? Ashido then launched acid at her. Uraraka jumped and saw the acid completely melt all the trees in its path, including the grass. She is really trying to kill me. I have to stop her. I know this isn't Ashido. Uraraka then ran and tried to get close to her, but she kicked her in the stomach and sent Uraraka flying into a tree. She then threw a water of acid, but Uraraka made herself weightless and jumped up before and landed on her. Ashido then flew to her and tried to hit, but Uraraka dodged it and hit her in the stomach, but Ashido grabbed her face screaming, I am going to burn the face that stole my love. Uraraka then grabbed her throat, which caused Ashido to let go. She then pushed her straight down to the ground. The waterfall of acid was still on the ground. In order to not die, Ashido changed the property to a springy substance. They bounced up, but Uraraka touched the acid and broke it into 1,000 mini pieces. It was all in the air. It covered 30 feet. No way Ashido couldn't outrun it even if she tried. She could try to turn it back to acid, but that would kill her. She was stuck. Why did it have to be you? Why not me? You don't even love him. You're just willing to destroy what he had, huh? F off, Uraraka. We will never be friends again. Uraraka stood on the ground. She watched her friend struggling to keep herself together. She put her fingers together. I do love Izuku, but I also love you, Mina. So, come back to me. Please. All the acid fell on her. And be my best friend again. She was on the ground. Uraraka walked to her and was standing over her. Just kill me. I don't want to live. Uraraka picked her up and held her. I could never kill you, Mina. Ashido then looked at her. Because we're best friends. Please come back. We can still be heroes together. She smiled, and this smile broke Ashido. Her form completely disappeared. I am so sorry, Ochako. I am so sorry. Uraraka smiled and held her. Best friends, Mina. Best friends. Midoriya jumped down from the tree. He smiled. Good job, guys. Uraraka turned to him and smiled. I told you I had it, she then laughed. Midoriya gave her a thumbs up. Never doubted you. Zero comment. Chapter 16, Training Arc. It was the next day. Midoriya woke up and looked to his left. A naked Uraraka was sleeping peacefully right next to him. He smiled and kissed her cheek. Ichim feels like machi. He then got up and went to the bathroom to pee. Uraraka woke up to the sounds of the toilet flushing. She rubbed her eyes as her melons plopped, saying, "Morning, Yon, Izuku." He walked out saying, "Oh, morning, Ochako. Yon, what time is it?" "Oh, 5 a.m. What why are you up this early?" "I do my daily run. I run about 5 miles. Aye, wow, Izuku." She then got up and held him tight. She then kissed him and she rubbed her hands through his hair. "You amaze me every day. And you give me courage every day," she then grinned. And grabbed him, kissed him harder and dragged him to the bed. "Whoa, but Ochako, my run. Please, Izuku. This your fault, you just had to say that. Now I want you." She then pouted as she made circles around Izuku's pecs. "We can do it later." She then got up and crossed her arms saying, "We better." He laughed and put on his clothes from last night. "See you at school today." "Okay, love you." "Love you too," he then left. She sat down and held her heart. "Look, I already miss him." After his run, Midoriya got ready for school. He and Uraraka walked there together. Once they got in the school, it dawned upon Uraraka. "Izuku." "Yeah. Did we tell our class that you're okay?" "Oh no." The moment they opened the door, Midoriya Aoweya. "Don't worry, I'm okay." Everyone in the class sighed. Bakugo smiled. Aizawa then walked in and everyone rushed to their seats. "All right, class. Due to the recent villain attack and the disruption of our training camp, we have made a decision. For the next 2 weeks, we will only focus on fighting and improvement on our quirks." "Yes. Everyone quiet." He then activated his quirk and scared everyone. "Before we begin, we are going to have a battle. Midoriya, you will be facing against everyone 1v1. Midoriya almost died in his seat. Ida stood saying, "But sir, why?" Midoriya was able to take down 3 A-class criminals with no help and scare 3 of them to run off. "So, I want you all to fight. You will use everything at your disposal. You will push your quirks to the max. Midoriya won't get it easy. The only way you can win is if they are unconscious. If they can still walk, you're fine." "Why, sir?" said by Midoriya. "Oh no, I have to fight Ochako. It's going to hurt me, but I need to be a hero. Plus, it will help everyone." Everyone was shocked but ready for what was going to come. Everyone was on the battlefield. Midoriya stood in the center. The first one was Mineta. "Why am I first?" screamed by Mineta. "Because now go," said by Aizawa. Mineta walked up in front of Midoriya shaking. Midoriya smiled saying, "Ready?" "Why, yeah." Before they began, Class 1A was talking. Kirishima said, "You think he is going to go easy?" "No," said by Todoroki. "Why, Ribbit?" "Because he is doing this for us." "Fight." Midoriya charged up full cowling. Full cowling 20%. He then shot towards Mineta. He screamed, "Why running?" "No, don't." Midoriya appeared in front of him and punched him in the gut. Then he used his left hand and punched him so hard he was sent flying towards a wall right next to the rest of the class. Mineta was out. Everyone was scared as Midoriya stood. The electricity was soaring like crazy. The wind coming from him was intense. Uraraka looked at him scared. Was 20% always this strong? Zero comment. Chapter 17. Class 1A versus Midoriya, Training Arc. Midoriya stood tall as everyone was looking at him. He kept his back to them. People didn't know why. Usually Midoriya would go help Mineta or apologize for hitting him so hard. Instead he just stood there. He didn't even turn off his quirk. It was still going crazy. What people didn't see was Midoriya's left eye turned red. He was trying to hide it and make it go away. I have to keep this under control. But why did it appear now? This doesn't even make sense. I wasn't angry at all. I wanted to help my friends get stronger. Wait, was it because I was fighting? Why though? It's not like I'm fighting for my life. What's going on with me? As nurses came to get Mineta, Aizawa said, "Who will be the next person?" "All right, Sato, you're next." "All right." He went to Midoriya and stood in front of him. However, Midoriya kept his head down. His left eye was still red, and it wasn't going away. His rage was bowling, and if he didn't get to hit somebody soon, he was going to go insane. "You ready, Midoriya?" What the dash? Begin." Before Sato could eat his sugar to charge his quirk, Midoriya appeared right in front of him with blinding speed. He then punched him in the stomach but upwards, causing him to fly up. RD. He then jumped up and waited for him in the sky as Sato was flying upwards towards him. Then Sato saw it, his eyes. Midoriya had a grin on his face. A smile, and for a split second both of his eyes were red. Midoriya punched him in the stomach, destroying his ribs. He was sent flying towards the ground and was knocked out on impact. Everyone stared in fear. Midoriya landed and stood again with his back to his class. "Izuku, are you okay?" said by Uraraka. He didn't respond. Midoriya was slowly losing his sanity. He just wanted to fight. "Aha, what's going on with me? I would never do Sato like that." But it felt so FOD. He was slowly losing control. That's when he thought of an idea. As the nurses picked up Sato, he decided to put on his mask. Everyone gasped. The mask was perfect. It hid his red eyes and smile. It also wouldn't show his hair color if it changed. The only thing it didn't hid was his electricity. He had to keep what little sanity he had left in order for the green electricity to stay. Once he put it on, he let the rage come a little. His wind grew stronger and electricity got more dangerous. His hair was now completely red, and his smile was not leaving anytime soon. He still refused to talk. "Guys, are we going to beat him?" said by Kirishima. "I don't know," said by Kaminari. "I won't lose to that nerd," said by Bakugo. "Whatever you say, man," said by Zero. Azui went to Uraraka, who was shaking. "What's wrong with Midoriya, Ribbit?" "I don't know. It's like he is different. The Izuku I know wouldn't do that. He would at least apologize. He hasn't even spoken since he started fighting." Azui put a hand on Uraraka's shoulder as she was freaking out. "Alright, next is Aoyama," said by Aizawa. Author's note: I forgot he was in the class. Oopsie. Aoyama stood across from the masked Midoriya. "Begin." Aoyama launched his belly button quirk, but Midoriya just finger flicked and sent the quirk right back at him. It hit him right in the stomach, causing his ring to malfunction. Midoriya then appeared in front of him and hit him 3 times in the face. He fell to the floor unconscious. Everyone was now terrified. Aoyama's perfectly kept hair was now in shambles as he laid there helpless. Midoriya walked away and stood waiting for the next contender. The nurses grabbed Aoyama. "Alright, next is Jiro." She walked up and looked at Midoriya. She was nervous but stood and got in her battle stance. "Begin." Jiro used her earplugs and put it in her shoe to create sound waves, but before it even clicked, Midoriya was behind her. He finger flicked her and she went flying towards the ground. Her jacket was destroyed and this set Kaminari off. He didn't realize it, but he had feelings for the girl, and she was down on the ground right in front of him. Then Midoriya went to Jiro. She was still conscious. She stood up and Kaminari screamed, "No, Jiro, please stop." Midoriya grabbed her earplug and swigged her in circles. He then threw her up really high and she then started to fall. Kaminari screamed, "No, she is going to die." As she fell, Midoriya punched her in the face, destroying her makeup as she zoomed to the class unconscious in front of Kaminari. There was blood raining down her face. Then Kaminari snapped, "Aha, Midoriya." He then charged straight after him. Ida tried to stop him, but Aizawa put his hand in front of him. "But sir, why?" "Because you guys need to realize how weak you are. That's the point of this. To see your weakness and improves upon it." Kaminari ran to Midoriya screaming, "Electricity 2 million volts." Midoriya jumped really his and put his 2 fingers together. Duo finger flick. It sent a huge gust of wind that sent all of the electricity back at Kaminari as he electrified himself. As he was on the ground, Midoriya landed in front of him. He picked him and punched him straight in the nose, destroying his nose and glasses. Kaminari was sent flying and landed right next to Jiro. The class then screamed at Aizawa, "Stop him, he is going to kill you." Even Todoroki nodded his head. Bakugo just sat there waiting for his turn. Uraraka was shook out of her mind. "Is this the real Izuku? No, I will not. You all need to realize your weaknesses." They all shrugged as they were nervous, awaiting their beatdown from Midoriya. "All right, next is Zero," Shiro stood in front of Midoriya. He was smiling. You my boy Midoriya, but I'm going to destroy you today. Begin. Shiro shot off his tape. It wrapped around Midoriya. He then started to run in circles and completely tied him. He then tried to pick him up but couldn't. What the hell? Midoriya was too heavy. Midoriya then shot off his finger flick, destroying the tape, and ran straight for Shiro. Shiro shot off a tape but Midoriya grabbed it and yanked it, which made Shiro fly up. Shiro tore off his tape and was flying in the air. Midoriya jumped and kneed him in the face, destroying his jaw and mask. Shiro fell to the ground but stood up quickly. He couldn't take it but could still fight. He shot off both tapes but Midoriya punched the ground, causing him to lose his footing. Then Midoriya shot towards him and destroyed his gut, and he punched it, knocking him out. Shiro fell to the ground. Okay, next is Koda. Koda stood in front of him, scared for his life. Begin. Midoriya grabbed him by the head and slammed him on the ground. Koda was done. Everyone was shocked again. Koda was the nicest kid in the class and he just destroyed him. All right, next is Ojiro. Ojiro stood in front of Midoriya. I'm going to win, Midoriya. I know you were told to knock us out, but I can't let you hurt our friends anymore. Begin. Ojiro jumped up and swung his tail. Midoriya grabbed it, but everyone was shocked when he talked. Ojiro, you rely way too much on your tail. What if it was to break? Midoriya then broke his tail with one hand. Midoriya then punched him in the face. Ojiro passed out from the pain. Everyone was scared by Midoriya's voice. It sounded so sinister and dark. Where was that bubbly tone they all knew and loved? Shoji then stood up. I want to fight him next. I have to avenge Ojiro. All right, said by Aizawa. Shoji stood in front of Midoriya. Ready? Begin. Shoji readied his tentacles, but then Midoriya jumped and did something he never did before. He pointed all 10 of his fingers at Shoji. Multi-finger flick. All 10 fingers shot mini gust of wind. It hit both of his legs, tentacles and arms. He then fell to the ground in pain. Midoriya landed on the ground and punched his face in. He was knocked out. All right, next is Hagakure. She stood in front of him and took off her gloves and shoes. She was invisible. Uraraka was jealous as she was naked in front of Midoriya. Begin. Midoriya then ripped off the top of his hero costume. His bare chest and his full physique was shown. Whoa, Midoriya, said Yaoyorozu while blushing. Todoroki saw this and made a sad face. He was jealous. Wow, Midori, oh, it is hot, said Bayashido. Azui was blushing as she was staring at Midoriya. Ah, no one, look, he is mine. Uraraka was said, trying to hide their vision. Midoriya then ripped up the costume into 10 pieces and threw in front of Hagakure in a line. Why would you do that? Said Hagakure. Midoriya then jumped behind her. He didn't know where she was, but that didn't matter. He shot a mini finger flick. It made her step on the piece of clothing. It showed her footprint. He then went to her and punched her in the back. She was done. All right, next is Kirishima. He stood in front of Midoriya. I'm going to win against you, Midoriya. You won't beat me so easily. Begin. Kirishima hardened his body, screaming. Just try. Okay, I will. Midoriya then charged his quirk and screamed. Full cowling 30%. Bakugo saw and jumped up, screaming. No, Kirishima. Midoriya then punched Kirishima once. He was sent flying towards the wall but went through it and landed in the boys' locker room. He was out. Arg Hatakuu. F. This sheet, everyone, let's beat his butt. Bakugo was furious. His best friend Kirishima just got destroyed. Sure, I don't care. Please come on, everybody. The rest of the class left was scared but ready. Azui, Uraraka, Todoroki, Ida, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Ishido and Bakugo. Begin. Ida ran towards Midoriya, but Midoriya jumped over and tried something new. He kicked him in the head. It wasn't lethal, but it did do some damage. Ida held his head in pain. As he was in the air, Yaoyorozu shot a cannonball, but Midoriya put his hand together. Duo finger flick. The wind bullet shot through the cannon and hit Yayorozu. She was sent flying towards the wall and was out. Todoroki was said but kept his composure. Midoriya landed and kicked Ida left leg, causing his booster to stop. He then hit him in the face 4 times. Ida was done. Midoriya charged towards the rest of the class. Ashido ran up and created a waterfall of acid. Midoriya duo flicked and scattered the acid away. He then punched Ashido in the face, but she touched his chest and he backed away in pain. "Why?" screamed Ashido. "We actually got him rib-bit." Todoroki then shot fire towards Midoriya. He was still holding his stomach, so he took the full force of it. His mask was completely destroyed. Then everyone saw. Midoriya's hair was red. His eyes were red. His smile was much more sinister. "Izuku," said Uraraka. Aizawa saw and tried to use his quirk, but he felt a touch on his shoulder. It was All Might. "Let him be." "All Might, are you crazy? If I knew he was like that I would have stopped him. Damn it. What if he loses full control? He will be fine. Trust me." Aizawa turned to the boy. "Young Midoriya. You can do this." Midoriya then talked. "Oh well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. At least now I can run wild." Midoriya green electricity was now red and it was more dangerous. Ashido had to jump away as it almost hit her, but Azui got hit by it and fell to the ground. She was done. "Sui. Izuku, please stop." Uraraka was now crying. Bakugo ran towards Midoriya. Bakugo was now out of control. His best friend was out cold and now Midoriya has lost himself. "What's wrong with you, do you?" "What is wrong with? I can't control my body anymore. The rage has completely taken over. I'm going to hurt my friends. I need to control this now. Someone help me." Midoriya ran towards Bakugo and finger flicked. Bakugo jumped over it and tried to explode his back, but Midoriya raised his kick backwards and it sent Bakugo flying. He landed though. The pain was horrible and he held his stomach. Cough, it was just a kick. Ashido then stood and raised her power. She created a flood of acid. It was smoking and bubbling. It hurt her, but she didn't care. She threw it on Midoriya and as it landed Midoriya put his palms in the air. Wave finer flick. He sent a huge source of wind from his palm. It created a hole in the acid and he jumped through it. He then shot a duo finger flick and Ashido got hit by it. She was out. It was just Todoroki, Uraraka, Tokoyami and Bakugo. Midoriya launched towards Tokoyami. Dark Shadow. A dark shadow came out and attacked Midoriya. Midoriya was sent back but landed on his feet. Todoroki then made an ice wall, but Midoriya duo flicked and shattered the wall. Bakugo went to Midoriya with an explosion and dark shadow. Midoriya grabbed Bakugo's arm and aimed the explosion to Dark Shadow. The light made him weaker and Midoriya launched Tokoyami and hit him straight in his beak. Then he hit him 4 times in the stomach. He was out. He then jumped towards Todoroki and smiled, which freaked him out. Midoriya then put his palm in his face and waved flicked. Todoroki was sent towards Bakugo, who caught him, but he was out. Bakugo put him down. He then walked towards Midoriya. Deku. Bakugo, then Bakugo stopped. He didn't say Kaken. Even Uraraka was confused. "Who are you?" "It's me, Deku. Remember the kid who you bullied for years?" Midoriya then got stronger. His quirk was going crazy. Completely unstable. Bakugo dodged the electricity, saying, "We go all out, Deku. All out. Give me everything in you. De Bakugo." Midoriya then shot towards Bakugo. They exchanged blows back and forth. Bakugo would explode him. Midoriya would hit him. They were both still standing. Badly injured. Midoriya's right eye was swollen. His arms and legs were in pain. His chest had explosion marks and he was struggling to keep himself together. Bakugo's face mask was gone. His gauntlets were destroyed. His upper hero uniform was gone. Midoriya charged his quirk for one more attack and ran towards Bakugo. Bakugo tried to set off an explosion, but he was too fatigued. Midoriya hit him with a smash. Bakugo was sent flying and landed on the ground out. It was just Uraraka left. Midoriya turned around. His red eyes and red hair. He walked towards her. Izuku, please come back, please? Uraraka was crying. She couldn't take it. Her boyfriend was completely lost. She didn't know what to do. She then thought of something. She ran towards him and hugged him. Izuku, you're still sad from when you couldn't protect Koda, aren't you? Duh. Izuku, you saved Koda. You saved him. He is happy and smiling. Please come back. Not just for me but for him. He needs a hero. He needs you. Midoriya then turned back to normal. All Might smiled as he looked at Aizawa. Is he good now? Yeah, I sense no more rage. Young Midoriya. You conquered your rage. You are going to be a great hero one day. Midoriya held Uraraka crying. I am so sorry, Uraraka, I couldn't control it, I hurt all of our friends. Uraraka kissed him and said, You're fine, Izuku, because now you are in control. Now please be my hero. She smiled and Midoriya smiled back. Midoriya then collapsed in her arms. Uraraka wins. She held him close. As long as you have me, Izuku, you will never lose yourself again. Zero comment. Chapter 18. After the fight, training arc. It was later in the day. Uraraka was in the room with Midoriya as he slept. Surprisingly, Midoriya had no injuries. He used his finger flick all day and even created new versions of it, but no broken fingers. It shows that Midoriya has now mastered. While Midoriya was just fatigued and needed sleep, the rest of Class 1A was suffering. Mineta had a cracked jaw and a swollen right eye. Sato's ribs were completely destroyed. Ioma had a cracked cheek and busted right eye. Jiro had back problems, but that was about it. Kaminari had a broken nose and cracked cheek. Also a bruised right eye. Siro's jaw was cracked and stomach pains. Koda just had a very bad concussion. Ojiro's tail was broken. Shoji's body hurt all over. Hagakure was fine as Midoriya didn't really do too much damage to her. Kirishima's whole body ached in pain. Nothing broken though. Ida was okay, just hurt. Azui was fine. Bakugo was fine as well, just a hurt body and pretty fatigued. Tokoyami had a broken beak and stomach pains. Ashido was fine, just hurt. Uraraka was fine, she didn't even fight. Recovery Girl healed everyone and most of the class spent the night in the hospital. Midoriya woke up around 3:30 p.m. and was met by Uraraka, who was sleeping right next to him. She can be so cute when she is sleeping. He got up and looked at his body. Just some bandages and his left eye had some too. He went to grab some workout clothes out of his bag. Uraraka woke up and saw him, got out the bed fast and jumped on him. OMG Izuku, I was so worried about you. Why didn't you tell me how much you were suffering? Midoriya got launched backwards and turned around and held her, saying, Sorry, I just had to deal with it on my own. No. Huh. No. You're my boyfriend, it's my job to help you. You can't keep secrets from me. She then held him harder, trying to hold back the tears. Izuku, you're always helping other people but you never help yourself. Just please tell me next time. I'm your girlfriend and I want to help you. Oh my god. I can't get over how adorable she is. I love you so much, Ochako. Midoriya kissed her and she kissed him back. The kiss was intense as they didn't leave that position for at least 6 minutes. Midoriya then let go and grabbed her hand as he walked out with her, saying, Thank you, Ochako. He then gave her that Midoriya smile. Ochako's heart soared. Midoriya SCPP. I won't be able to control myself. Ochako held his arm as they walked. She was blushing like crazy but kept it together. Once they got to class, they realized no one was in there except Azui and Hagakure. Hey girls! Screamed by Ochako. Hi, Uraraka, Ribbit, said by Azui. Yo, what's up? Said by Hagakure. Midoriya walked to the girls and bowed. I am so sorry for hurting you guys. All the girls laughed and Midoriya was super confused. Midoriya, you're fine, you were just doing what you were told to do. And also you weren't in control of yourself, so don't beat yourself up over it, Ribbit. Midoriya smiled, saying, Thanks guys. All the girls smiled and then Ashido came in not knowing Uraraka was there. OMG guys, Midori's body ISF hot AS hell dash. She saw Uraraka and got scared. What was that? Nothing, she laughed nervously. Midoriya was just embarrassed and then realized something. Did I just see Hagakure naked? Bachako turned at him screaming. What? Did I say that out loud? No, it's not what you think. Hagakure then gets jealous and uses this opportunity to mess with Uraraka. Oh yes, he did. And he did it with his shirt off. Bachako died and started to walk very slowly to Midoriya. No, it's not what you think. I was just fighting her. You saw. Before Ochako could murder him, Aizawa stepped in and said, You guys are free to go. Rest of your class won't be fine until tomorrow, so take this time to rest and improve. You're dismissed. Midoriya got up and grabbed his stuff to go back to his dorm when he got a buzz from his phone. It was Mandalay texting him. Mandalay, hey Midoriya, could Kota come by and train? He has been working out non-stop trying to be his favorite hero. Midoriya, sure, he can come by anytime. Mandalay, that's great. He will be over in 20 minutes and stay for maybe 4 or 5 hours till we come pick him up. Thank you again, Midoriya. Midoriya smiled and walked out. Uraraka was talking to Ashido about something, but Midoriya didn't notice. So Uraraka, have you and Midoriya, you know? Ashido was right next to her with the biggest grin on her face. What you mean? Uraraka was trying to stir away the question, but she knew exactly what she meant. Are you and Midoriya F? No, we are just doing oral stuff if I mean. Hagakure, Uraraka is nasty. Uraraka tackled Ashido screaming. No, we didn't. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hagakure and Azui just laughed at the scene they were making. Uraraka, you sure a freaky girl rib. Uraraka got red in the face as she remembered how Midoriya was eating her out the other night. Azui then said something that threw everyone off. And what if Midoriya was to cheat on you? All the girls screamed. What? I mean, we are only Midoriya still has his whole life ahead of him. You guys could break up or he could find another love interest ribbit. Uraraka then put her head down as she was lost in thought. Another girl. I never thought Izuku would ever date someone else. I never even thought of spending my life with anybody else but him. Would we break up one day? No, that won't happen. He loves me and I love him. There is no way. Uraraka stood up saying, Don't be crazy, me and Izuku love each other. There is no way. She then grabbed her stuff saying, It's been fun girls, but I'm going to go find Izuku, see you guys later. She then left, but the thoughts still lingered in her. Will we always be together? Kota got out of Mandalay's car and was walking till he saw Midoriya waiting for him. DKU. He ran up towards him and Midoriya held his arms out and gave him a big hug. What's up, Kota, ready to train? Yes. Mandalay smiled as she waved goodbye and left the two heroes. Midoriya then grabbed a rock and tossed it in the air. You have to hit it and break it as it comes down. We won't proceed till you do so. Yes, Sir DKU. Midoriya held his heart. He called me sir. Kota readied his fingers just like his hero. Full cowling water flick. He shot his water but missed. This is so much harder when it's moving. Midoriya smiled and told him to keep trying. As Midoriya and Kota were training, Uraraka was staring from a distance. I don't want to ruin their training. I will just talk to Izuku later. She then walked back to her dorms. As the two heroes were training, two girls walking towards them. The girl on the left had short black hair, a green jacket with orange spots, a short black miniskirt, and long white socks with yellow rings. She was extremely bubbly. Kind of like a Uraraka but with more confidence. The girl on the right had short gray hair, 2 blue strips on both cheeks, was wearing an avocado sweatshirt that was pink and a simple gray skirt. She looked very nervous and shy. They both had suitcases and bags. Come on, Kota, one more time. Kota was on the ground coughing. He overused his quirk, so he started to get dry mouth. That didn't stop him though. He stood back up and repeated the words that Deku would say. A real hero never gives up. He then shot his wave finger flick and hit the rock and destroyed it before it fell to the ground. Was I did it, Deku. He passed out from exhaustion and was about to hit the ground. Midoriya ran towards him, but he was picked up by what looked like water. He looked over and saw a girl with gray hair. Her arms turned into water and caught Kota. She was struggling as she gently let him down. She then turned off her quirk and took a breather. It looked like it was really hard for her. The girl with black hair rubbed her back. Midoriya ran and grabbed Kota screaming, "OMG, thank you so much." The girl with gray hair looked and smiled. "Why, you're welcome." She was very shy. The girl with black hair smiled and looked at Midoriya. "You know where the UA office is?" "Incham, it's over there by the main building." "Oh, thank you. Come on, Mui." "All right, Eren." As the two girls walked away, Midoriya stopped them. "Wait, who are you guys? Are you like class 2A or B?" The girl with black hair spoke. "No, we are transfer students. We are here to learn to be heroes." The girl with gray hair just nodded. "Oh, well, I hope you like it at UA, and I bet you guys are going to be great heroes." They both said in unison. "Thank you. Also, what's your names?" "Eren Clover, hero name Pixie," said the girl with black hair. "Hisakawa Myo, hero name Aqua Girl," said by the girl with gray hair. "Awesome. My name is Izuku Midoriya and my hero name is Deku. I hope our paths cross again." "Yeah," they both said in unison. Midoriya then walked away with Kota to his dorm. The girls walked to the UA office. Zero comment. Chapter 19. Two New Girls and New Love? Training Arc. After Kota left, Midoriya went to the gym to work out. So many thoughts were going through his head. Did I truly overcome my rage? Am I really past it? I need to see if I still have the same power. It was 8 p.m. and Midoriya was setting up targets in the gym. All right, let's see if I can do my finger flick. Before he started, the two girls from earlier were walking. "I am so excited, I can't believe we get to be in class 1, said by a excited Eren. "Why, yeah, they were so cool in the sports festival. I watched that fight with the green hair boy and Endeavor's son constantly," said Mui. "And that explosion kid too. He was crazy but so strong." Mui blushed a little but then got freaked out and hid her head in her knees. "HH's scary," said by a nervous Mui. "Don't worry, I'm pretty sure he is at least tolerable." Then they heard a scream. Smash high. A huge gust of wind came from the gym across from them and they were curious. Who could be training at 8 p.m.? Especially this intense? Said by Eren. I don't know, but it sounds familiar. Said by Mui. "Yeah, it does, let's check it out." "Ah, no. What if he hurts us?" Mui was shaking as she looked towards the gym. "There is no way, he is just training. Come on, Mui, you got to be brave." "Okay." They went and saw Midoriya. He was jumping from wall to wall. Hit every target with a punch. "Wait, I know who that is," said by a surprised Mui. Who? It's just the boy we met earlier." "It's Izuku Midoriya." Midoriya punched the target head clean off but was thrown off by his name called. He then slipped and fell. "Ow," said by Midoriya. "Eep, sorry." Mui then bowed at least 50 times. "Nah, it's fine." "Oh, hey, you're the girls from earlier." Eren recognized him saying. "Oh, indeed, it is him. He looks different though." Midoriya had on a white beater and some regular black shorts. Midoriya did get bigger in terms of muscle since the sports festival. "I'm surprised we didn't notice you. You even told us your name." Eren shook her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, but have I met you besides earlier?" Said by a curious Midoriya. "Oh, silly me. We have never met, but we both saw your performance on TV. You were so cool." Midoriya then got embarrassed, hiding his face. Thank you." Mui looked at him and was curious. "Do you still break your bones, Midoriya?" "Oh no, at least it's very rare now. I have learned to control just a little bit of power. I still have a long way to go." How much can you control?" 30%. Eren grinned. 30%? He might not be as strong as I thought then. Could you show us?" "I would love to see it." "Sure." Midoriya then got in his stance. Eren grinned again. "Are you really that strong?" Midoriya smiled, saying, "I don't know, I don't think so. After all, it's only a little." Midoriya then screamed. Full cowling 30%. Boom, a huge gust of wind sent Mui and Eren back into a wall. Midoriya's hair was standing a little and his green electricity was soaring through his body. It was destroying the ground a little and the wind was furious. He then calmed it down a little. Erin's hair was a mess screaming. That was only a little? The F dash? OMG Midoriya, that was so cool. Midoriya then got nervous saying, "Oh really, thank you." Then a thought occurred to him. Did you guys go to the office? Why yeah, we are in class 1A. For real, we are going to be classmates. Erin and Mui both dropped their jaws. We are in the same class as you and everyone else. Finch and we can be heroes together. The girls were giggling in excitement. Hey, could I meet Uraraka? She was so cute and bubbly, I loved it. Said Erin. Sure, also she is my girlfriend now, said by Midoriya. Shut up. I am so happy for you. I could tell she had it for you too, said Erin. Huh. Encham, the way she started at you during the cavalry battle. She was a woman in love, said by Mui. Just like how you were staring at Bakugo? Shut it, Erin, besides he scares me, Midoriya chimed in. Oh, Kaken? He is cool, well if you call angry and yelling cool. What was that, Deku? They all turned to see an angry Bakugo with bandages all over his arms and head. Kaken, they realized you. Shut it, nerd, what you say about me, I will kick your butt right here. Midoriya smiled. Like how I just did today. He said it with no confidence at all. You just say, Bakugo then exploded towards Midoriya. Midoriya then put his palm up. Now or never, wave finger flick. A huge gust of wind came from his palm and sent Bakugo through the door all the way to the entrance of Yua. The two girls looked in amazement at Midoriya. He was cheering like crazy. I didn't break my hand, yes. The two girls laughed and went to him. Hey Midoriya, could you show us where the dorms are? Oh, I'm sure. They then followed behind him with the suitcases. So Mui, you like it here? So far it seems absolutely insane. I love it. Nichem, it's super scary but I don't mind it. She was super nervous but was ready for the next phase of her life. All right, here are the dorms. Whoa. They both said in unison. Midoriya showed them the living room, kitchen area and pretty much the whole place. As they were walking, Erin had a question. So where is the rest of class 1A? Midoriya then had shudders shoot up his spine as he turned around. Well, I may have beat them all up today. What? They both said. Mui then hid behind Erin. No, it was part of our training. They all had to face against me in 1v1 battles and I could only win if I knocked them out. Wait, you faced off against the whole class and won? Said by Erin. Well, I did lose to one. Who? Said by both of them. Dash. Uraraka was walking down the hallway when she saw Midoriya. She ran and jumped on him. Screamed by Midoriya. She pulled him in for a kiss and sat on him, kissing him for what seemed like hours. It was only a couple of minutes. She then grabbed him by his shirt and anger was in her eyes. Where the F were you, Izuku? I spammed your phone and you worried me half to death. Wait, is that dirt on your shirt? Were you training? Izuku, you just got out of the hospital. OMG, what am I going to do with you? Uraraka was going off on him while Erin and Mui just stood there watching. She is scary, they both said. Wait, Ochako, I can explain, I was helping them. Uraraka dropped him and saw the two girls. OMG, the one with gray hair is so cute. The one with black is really pretty too. Wait, Deku was with both of them. For how long? Wait. Did you guys just see me kiss him? Said by of them. Her face became completely red and she touched her face and accidentally made herself float. Midoriya stood up still scared for his life. Ochako, these are transfer students. Erin and Mui, they will be in our class for now on. Plus they live here, I was showing them around. She landed back and was embarrassed. Oh sorry, she was scratching the back of her head while smiling. No problem. I just have to say you are way cuter in person than on TV, said by Erin. She got embarrassed again saying, Oh, I was on TV, screamed by Uraraka. You were so cool, said by Mui. Uraraka looked at Mui with such sweetness. So adorable. She couldn't resist the urge and hugged her hard. Mui then died from embarrassment as Ochako gave her a classic hug. Once Mui and Aaron got their stuff in their rooms, they came out and chilled with Midoriya and Ochako as they were watching a movie. Mui and Aaron went to their rooms. Ochako was still angry, so Midoriya had to give her some adult time. Lemon and No, they didn't have tears. Midoriya got up and walked to living room to get some water when he heard some noise outside. It's 11 p.m. Who is up? He opened the window and saw Mui. She was training her quirk but was having a very hard time. She turned her arms into liquid and tried to swing them, but she always got super tired. She also couldn't sustain the form for long. I don't think she can control her quirk. I should help her. If anybody knows how to not use their quirk, it's me. He then saw Bakugo and got scared. Hey Deku. Why yeah. Glad to have you back. He then shot off an explosion at his neck. Ow Kaken, Bakugo laughed and walked to his room. Midoriya did the same. I hope Mui is okay. Although it is best to leave her alone for right now. Midoriya went back and Ochako was standing there sad. Izuku, where did you go? Oh, just to get some water. Oh okay, please come back, I can't sleep without you. Midoriya picked her up and kissed her and laid her in the bed. They then fell asleep together. It was the next day and everyone in class 1A was healed. Midoriya was in his seat while everyone except Bakugo, Ashido, Azui, Uraraka, and Hagakure gave him dirty looks. Midoriya got nervous and put his head down. Aizawa walked in and everyone fixed themselves. Alright class, we have 2 new transfer students today. One of them was recommended by Midnight and the other impressed UA teachers with her abilities. Alright, you guys can walk in. In came 2 girls. It was Mui and Aaron, although Mui was hiding behind Aaron. She was extremely nervous. All the girls screamed. So cute. The boys were just shocked that there was 2 new girls. Midoriya waved his hand saying, Hi Aaron and Mui. All the guys and girls turned their head to him shocked. Aaron smiled saying, Hey Midoriya. Mui went from behind Aaron and waved her hand. Hi Midoriya. Uraraka was kind of angry that these girls knew him, but she knew why, so she let it slide. Aizawa chimed in. Since you know them so well Midoriya, would you show them around the school? Come back in 1 hour. We are going to go to the training field. Yes sir. Midoriya got up and took the girls with him. Mineta was super jealous. That Demon Midoriya, he has 3 hotties now. Uraraka got up and punched him in the face and he made a crack in the wall. Everyone then got scared. Well, he did see it coming, said by Kamari. Yeah, but you see those girls? They were pretty cute, said by Kirishima. Yeah. Especially the black-haired one, said by Kaminari. Jiro heard this and used her earplug to zap Kaminari. Oh, what was that for? Said by Kaminari as he was holding his ear. Nothing, you idiot. Jiro was angry as she readied her notebook. All the girls saw this and got excited. From that day on they knew. Jiro had a thing for Kaminari, and they were going to tease the hell out of her for it. After about an hour of showing the girls around the school, Midoriya came back to class and saw an angry Uraraka. He then got shivers down his spine. Aizawa then said, All right, since the girls are back, let's head to the training field. Everyone grabbed their hero outfits. Everyone was in the locker room getting ready. However, the girls had other plans. Mui and Aaron walked in since their costumes were in their lockers and saw all the girls destroying Jiro. OMG, Jiro tells us you like Kaminari, said by an excited Ashido. Jiro then got super scared saying, No, I don't like well. I don't dislike him. All the girls squealed. Uraraka saw the 2 girls and ran to them. Aaron and Nui. Aaron waved back while Mui bowed. All the girls saw them and turned their attention to them. Jiro then sighed. Jesus, they are ruthless. They aren't wrong though. She then remembered when she heard the story of Kaminari fought for her by Yaoyorozu. Flashback. Jiro woke up from her beating by Midoriya. She saw nobody else but was reading about materials. Always trying to improve herself. Oh, you're awake. I was getting worried. Although Midoriya did not go easy on you, she then giggled. Jiro grinned, remembering the whole thing. She then remembered something. No, Jiro, please stop. No, she is going to die. Shin got on then said in a panic. What happened to Kaminari? I mean, is he okay? Yaoyorozu then explained what happened. How Kaminari ran towards Midoriya. How he fought for her even though he knew he was going to lose. She couldn't help but smile. Jiro then got up. Jiro, where you are going? Oh, just to use the bathroom. When she left, she went to the boys' room. She walked and saw all the boys. They were all still asleep, but that didn't matter. She walked over to Kaminari and stood there. His nose had bandages all over it and he was in rough shape. She cried hard as she saw it. She then fell on his, getting tears on his unconscious face. You dummy, she then kissed his cheek and left. Present time. Mui was hiding for her life behind Eren as all the girls were asking so many questions. Ashido said the most. What's your quirk? What's your name and crush? Mui then passed out from embarrassment. Eren giggled saying, Sorry, she is always like this. Yaoyorozu chimed in. So you guys have always been friends? Well, sort of, we met on the plane ride and she just stuck to me. I don't mind though. I love her, she's like my baby. All the girls awed at the statement. So what's your quirk, Ribbit? I can control anything with telepathy. I can also change moods of people. I can make them sleepy, angry, anything. Ashido then got an idea. She went to Eren's ear and whispered something. Eren smiled and whatever she said, Uraraka got suspicious. Me know what you say? You will see Ochako, she then giggled. All the girls were suspicious. Then Eren ran towards Jiro. She's fast. They all thought. She then touched Jiro and immediately her mood sucked. Jiro got up and walked out the locker rooms. Kaminari was drinking from the water fountain. Jiro grabbed him and kissed him right then and there. All the girls screamed at the top of their lungs. Amg. Eren then realized her quirk and Jiro went back to normal. She then realized she kissed him and backed away, getting super red in the face. Onhyamyumuish, her mind was gone. Kaminari was shocked but pulled her back in and kissed her again. Jiro, tonight come to my room. I? Okay. Kaminari then smiled, which made Jiro's heart beat fast. Kaminari then tried to walk away super cool but tripped and hit his face on the wall. All the girls laughed but Jiro just stood there. OMG, I really do love this idiot. She smiled and walked back to the girls. Thanks, Eren, she said. It was Ashido's idea, said by Eren. Ashido smiled and walked out saying, Come on girls, let's go train. Yeah. Mui woke and followed. Eren tapped on Mui's head saying, It's going to be super fun here, I can just feel it. I'm super excited. As the girls were walking, something crazy happened. Midoriya was running in nothing but shorts. Bakugo soon followed in the same fashion. Deku, come here, you F nerd. I am sorry, Kachan, I didn't mean to step on your foot. Midoriya then stopped and saw the girls looking at him and Bakugo. He then stopped and scratched his head. Why are they all red in the face? Is Zuka your shirt? Screamed by a jealous Uraraka. Midoriya looked down and realized he didn't have a shirt and hid and screamed. Oh, said by Midoriya. Ashido screamed. Oh yeah, Midori, show that 8-pack. Wow, Midoriya, you're built ribbit. Hagakure was blushing but no one could tell. Yaoyorozu was blushing as well. Well, Midoriya. Uraraka stood in front of him. No, everyone stop. Eren and Mui were froze. Then Bakugo jumped on Deku. Bakugo tried to punch him but Uraraka made him float. Echui, you beach put me down. Midoriya's quirk then turned on and his electricity went crazy and the wind was pushing everyone back. Midoriya then looked at Bakugo and Bakugo got scared. Did you just call Ochako a beach? Bakugo was let down and left with his hands in his pocket saying, Deku, you idiot, your shirt is still off. Midoriya's quirk then turned off and he went red in the face and ran back to the locker room. All the girls were shocked by Midoriya. Uraraka, you have a good boyfriend, said by Eren. Well, thank you. She was super embarrassed. Mui was still shocked. Not by Midoriya's strength but by Bakugo's body. She got red in the face before Ashido knocked her in the head out of excitement. Let's go train Mui. Mui snapped back saying, Yeah, she put her fist in the air and all the girls walked to the field. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 20. Character Analysis, Training Arc. Class 1A and the new girls were standing on the field ready. Aizawa walked up to them. Alright everyone. Yesterday you fought against Midoriya and lost bad. Everyone put their heads down in embarrassment. Except Uraraka and the two girls. I got to evaluate everyone's skills and have given everyone specific training in order to grow. You will be fighting Midoriya again the last day of training. You have 14 days until then. Grow your quirks and improve your skills. You can also update your costumes and add gadgets at this time. I will not be here to oversee your training. You are learning to be heroes and as such you will train like heroes. On the table there was an envelope with your name on it. It has an analysis on you, and it tells you what your pros and cons are about your quirk and skills as a hero. It will tell you what to improve upon. Eren and Mui, we already have seen your quirks, but since you're new we are going to pair you with someone to help you out. Midoriya, you have Eren as your partner. Mui, you have Bakugo as yours. Lastly, everyone can pair together or not, I don't care. You can also leave the place and chill in the dorms, I don't care. You can stay here for days, I don't care. If you want to be heroes, show me if you want to. The provisional license exam will be in 1 month. Show me you are ready for that. If I feel you aren't ready, you won't go. That is all. Aizawa then left and let the class go crazy. Mui almost died. I get to train with Bakugo. But he is so scary. She then looked at him and Bakugo grinned with anger. She freaked out and hid in her knees. The rest of the class went to their envelopes and opened it to see their pros and cons. Yugo Aoyama. Pros. Has good control over his quirk for a split second. Cons. Gets a bellyache. Too fast. Laser has no power besides being a drill. Has no mobility. No fighting skills. Is not fast or quick. Lacks self-confidence. What to work on? Has to work on improving the power of his quirk. Has to make it last longer. Should learn to fight or defend himself. Self-confidence. Mina Ishido. Pros. Has great mobility and is very quick. Super flexible. Very fast. Strong. Has great control of her quirk and can use it multiple ways. Cause. Doesn't have much of a fighting style. Very intelligent when fighting. Can't handle the amount of acid she produces when it gets stronger. What to work on? Fighting style. Gain some type of combat skill. Being able to withstand dangerous levels of acid. Try to study more and be a smarter fighter. Pros. Has great mobility and is very smart. Works well with her natural environments such as water and swamps. Has her quirk and knows it pretty well. Cause. Can't really fight and relies on her tongue. Isn't too useful in other environments such as cities or hilly areas. What to work on? See if you can improve your quirk by anyway. Try to be more fluent with different areas. Keep evolving your regular skills. Tenya Ida. Pros. Very fast and quick. Has amazing upper body strength. Is very intelligent when fighting. Cause. Isn't a leader when it comes to fighting. Has no upper body strength. Relies way too much on his quirk. Has no defense as he just keeps running away. Can't punch or really fight, just kicks. When he uses his ultimate move it only lasts so long. What to work on? Work on your upper body. Be like your brother. Be more of a leader. Work on making your ultimate move last longer. Work on being an overall fighter. Work on defense as you leave yourself open way too much. Stop relying on your quirk. Achiko Uraraka. I just realized I have been spelling her name with a K instead of C. Just ugh. Pros. Has good use of quirk. Is very smart while fighting. Has great fighting skills. Makes up for her lack of speed and mobility by using her quirk in smart ways. Cause. Focuses way too much on Midoriya. Needs to learn to put her feelings aside and focus on the battle. Isn't very fast without her quirk. What to work on? Work on being faster. The quicker you are, the more you will win fights. Work more on fighting style. Learn more and be scarier in the battle. Improve quirk. Masahiro Ojiro. Pros. Is a good fighter. Knows how to use his quirk efficiently. Cause. Relies too much on his quirk. Has no upper body strength. Has no advanced fighting skills. Isn't very quick or fast. What to work on? Work on fighting with your hands as well. When Midoriya broke your tail you were useless. Need to fix that? Work on being quick. Deku ni Kaminari. Pros. Knows the limitations of his quirk. Cause. Has no durable. His quirk affects him way too much. Can't fight. Relies too much on his quirk. Isn't fast at all. Not smart. Not a leader. What to work on? Work on being a fighter. Get crafty and start doing different things. Learn to manipulate the lightning to your advantage. Learn to control and take its brute force. Ijiro Kirishima. Pros. Has amazing defenses. Is very strong. Thinks quick on his feet. Cause. Has no confidence. Defense can be broken. Once it's broken you are left hopeless. Has no fighting style. Just charges in hoping to get a hit. What to work on? Build a wall. Something that can't be broken. Build your fighting. Learn to be faster. Believe in yourself. Koji Koda. Pros. Can speak a little. Knows how his quirk works. Cause. Can't fight. Is too scared. Has no defense. Doesn't even use his quirk. What to work on? Work on string your quirk. Improve your speaking skills. Work on fighting. Work on being faster. Rikido Sato. Pros. Is very strong. Knows how his quirk works. Cause. Your power is a double-edged sword. Learn to take in more sugar and condense to make it last longer. Learn to be a fighter without your quirk. Get stronger. Stop relying on your quirk. What to work on? Work on being efficient with your sugar. Instead of using all of it at once. Use it little by little. Make your body get used to it. Work on your defense and being more versatile. Work on your fighting. Mizo Shoji. Pros. Is very strong. Knows how to use his quirk well. Is very fast. Cause. Has no fighting style or skill. Relies too much on quirk. What to work on? Needs to work on fighting. Improve your quirk ability and become versatile. Improve speed and moistly. Kyokujiro. Pros. Has great use of Kyuric. Knows to how to use it and is very clever and improving her abilities. Cause. Can't defend herself if her Kyuric doesn't work. Can't fight without her quirk. What to work on? Work on making your quirk more versatile. Try to find some new gadgets to help you. Learn to fight and defend yourself. Hantasiro. Pros. Is very quick and can use his quirk very well. Cause. Can't fight without his quirk. Can't defend himself and runs way too much. What to work on? Work on being stronger. Improve your all-around physic. Improve the quality and strength of your tape. Fumikage Tokoyami. Pros. Quirk is very strong. Knows his weakness and strengths. Cause. Can't use his quirk to its fullest potential. Once Dark Shadow is defeated he can't do anything. What to work on? Work on controlling Dark Shadow. Work on yourself and make yourself stronger. Get creative with your quirk. Shoto Todoroki. Pros. Is a very strong fighter with his quirk. Knows how to use his ice. Is very smart. Can fight very well. Has good control of both quirks. Cause. Can't use both at the same time. Is a novice when it comes to his fire. Is very slow. Can't fight at all. What to work on? Work on fighting skills. Work on using both of your quirks at the same time. Work on fire. Toru Hagakure. Pros. Is very stealthy. Cause. Can't turn of quirk. Can't fight. Isn't very smart. Doesn't use her quirk to her advantage. What to work on? Turn of your quirk. Learn to fight. Be quick and fast. Have a higher IQ. Katsuki Bakugo. Pros. Is very intelligent. Quick, fast and has mobility without his quirk. Can think during battle or emotions. Is very strong. Knows to how fight and defend himself. Cause. Lets his anger take over. Isn't very versatile with his quirk. Could do so much more with it. What to work on? Get stronger quicker and faster so you don't have to rely on your quirk as much. Try to shoot of bigger explosions. Izuku Midoriya. Pros. Can fight well. Knows his weakness and strengths. Is very smart. Has great skills. Very quick and fast without quirk. Cause. Can't use quirk to its full potential. Has no self-confidence. What to work on? Show your quirk. Try to evaluate your fighting. Minoru Mineta. Pros. Cause. Literally all of the above. What to work on? Everything. Momo Yayorozu. Pros. Very intelligent. Knows how to use her quirk well. Is very weak. Can't defend herself and for some reason only makes cannons. Can't fight like at all. What to work on? Learn to fight. Push the limits of your quirk. Stop making cannons. Isakawa Myo. Pros. Has a great quirk. Can't control it. Can't fight. Is too afraid. What to work on? Control of quirk. Fighting style. Speed and quickness. Defense. Self-confidence. Aaron Clover. Pros. Has a great quirk. Can use it very well. Is pretty fast and smart. Not strong. Can't fight. Relies on quirk too much. What to work on? Work on improving quirk. Be faster and quicker. Learn to fight. Chapter 21. Rivals, Training Arc. Everyone looked at their evaluations and people were already becoming partners. Aoma went to Koda. Ojiro was with Hagakure. Kaminari was with Jiro. Kirishima went to Ashido. Sato also joined since he needed a punching bag. Siro and Shoji worked together. Mineta worked with Yaoyorozu, Ida and Azuri. Todoroki worked with Tokoyami. Midoriya worked with Eren and Uraraka. Myo worked with Bakugo. As everyone was getting together, Myo walked to Bakugo. Her legs were shaking like crazy, but she had two. She walked up behind him and tapped his shoulder. "You am Bakugo." He turned around with so much anger in his eyes. She jumped and hid in her knees again. "The name is Myo, right?" She nodded her head in her knees. "Stand up." She jumped back up in terror. "Now stay while I go." He started to walk away. Myo was confused. "Wait, where are you going?" "To take care of something once and for all." She jerked but was still confused. "What does he mean?" "So is Zuku what we are going to do?" said by an excited Uraraka. She was all in his face with her bubbly cheeks. "Well, I want to start with fighting. To build up our fighting combat skills." Uraraka's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's my favorite," Eren smiled saying. "Aizawa said I couldn't fight so that would help me," Midoriya smiled. "Then it's settled." "Hey Midoriya." "Eren. I looked at the class ranks, and you were on top. Does that mean you are the best in the class?" "I am on top." Uraraka looked at him confused. "Izuku, you literally beat everybody up in here." "Yeah," said by everyone. Midoriya was rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. "That's why I am going to kick his butt." Midoriya turned and saw Bakugo. He was walking towards him. His anger could clearly be felt and seen by everyone. He was ready. Kaken. Midoriya then walked up him. Uraraka got worried. "You." They stood in front of each other. Everyone looked at the two. "What's up, Kaken?" "You, since you're fine now, me and you. We settle this. To see who is stronger. No bullshit from teachers. No rules. We fight till someone gives up or dies." Everyone gasped at the words he just said. Kirishima walked up to Bakugo. "Wait, hold on man, chill." Ida screamed. "You guys can't fight, it's against the rules." Uraraka ran up to Midoriya saying, "Wait Izuku please. You don't have to do this now." Midoriya turned to look at Uraraka. She then saw it. Midoriya's eyes were filled with excitement, fear and prosperity. "I will be fine Uraraka." He then pushed her away. She was shocked but understood why. She went back to Eren. Midoriya then smiled and screamed, "Let's do this Kaken." Bakugo smiled and got in his stance. "I will be number one do." Myo ran to Eren and hid behind her skirt again. "You okay, Myo?" Myo had sparkles in her eyes. She wasn't terrified. She was excited. She was going to see two of the best students of Class 1A fight. Eren smiled as she saw how excited she was. She then looked at the two of them. "This is where my dreams will be created. At you." Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 22. A battle is starting. Training arc. Bakugo and Midoriya stood. They were in a giant open field. The whole class backed up super far so they wouldn't interfere. A student saw them and spread the word. Students from 1B2A, 2B2C, 3B3A support course and more came to watch the two. Everyone in Class 1A was confused. "Why are there so many people here to watch them fight?" said Ashido. Because they are the two best students in Class 1A and one of them won the sports festival while the other put a fight against me. Endeavor's son, said by Todoroki. That does make sense, but even the 3 years are here. Isn't this going to be overboard? Said Yaoyorozu. No. Midoriya and Bakugo have proven time and time again that they're on pro levels. Plus word got out that Midoriya is training a kid and beat up his whole class. Everyone put their head down in embarrassment since it was true. Then they shot up. Wait, he is training a kid? Said by Ishido. Yeah, I saw it yesterday. It was Koda from the training camp, said by Todoroki. Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe Midori already has a kid he is training. Just how amazing is he? Said by Ishido. Yes, seriously, said by Todoroki. So manly, said by Kirishima. As Class 1A was talking very loud, a girl screamed. Oh, let's go, I can't wait for this, said by a light-skinned girl with pink hair, fluffy white-pink tail, and small brown antlers. Everyone looked at her. Who is that? Said Jiro. Hagakure chimed in saying. You don't know? That's Shika Yamauchi from Class 2A. She is super appealing and nice. She even confessed her feelings to Mirio from Class 3B live in the sports festival. Do you guys even pay attention to UA's social? Everyone looked at her with so much confusion and she just sighed. Anyways, she is very strong and super outgoing. Shika walked up to her and breathed her on the back. Thank you, I'm invisible. Shika then jumped in front of Midoriya and Bakugo. What the dash, said by both of them. I hear you boys are very strong. They both looked confused. Oh, Zoe, the name is Shika. I am from Class 2A and I came to see your fight. Wait, how did people know we were fighting? Said by a curious Midoriya. I don't know, but look at the crowd you two made. Midoriya turned and saw it. Everybody from the school was here. Even teachers showed up to watch them. He almost sheet himself from embarrassment. Bakugo smiled saying, So what? Why are you even here and why the F are you so loud? So anyways, I will be helping with your battle. How? Said by Midoriya. Shika smiled and made the ground shake. She created big trees, vines and plants. It was a mini forest. Midoriya, Shika and Bakugo were on top of a tree. Midoriya looked down and screamed. Whoa, we are 20 feet in the air. Shika, your quirk is amazing. Bakugo smirked. Not bad. Shika smiled and hopped down. You guys have a great battle. Show everyone why you're one of the best in the school. Wait, school, said by Midoriya. Uraraka put her finger on her chin. UA has a student ranking? Mirio's face then popped up in the ground saying. Yep, all the girls screamed. In UA there is a leaderboard for students. Midoriya had climbed the ranks like crazy. Number 1 Mirio Togata. Number 2 Tamaki Amajiki. 3 #Nijire Hato. Number 4 Izuku Midoriya. Number 5 Katsuki Bakugo. Number 6 Shoto Todoroki. Number 7 Yamauchi Shika. Number 8 Nito Minoma. Number 9 Itsuka Kendo. 10 #Mina Ishido. The girls backed up in fear as they saw a face in the ground. He popped and stretched his arms saying, Sorry, I keep forgetting people aren't used to that. The girls just nodded. The name's Mirio Togata and I'm number 1 in the whole school. What? Said by all the girls. Mirio smiled saying, Your classmate Midoriya is number 4 and Bakugo is number 5. Wsh, said by the girls. Uraraka smiled. I can't believe my boyfriend is number 4 in the whole school. I'm going to have to give him something special tonight. Eren chimed in saying, So is that why you're here? To watch them fight? Nope, I'm here to scout for people for our internships. We are looking for one more person. Of course you still need your provisional license, but still. These two impress me. All the girls stood there shocked. The best student in the school was impressed with Bakugo and Midoriya. Uraraka then looked at Midoriya and started to worry. Mio saw this and hugged her. Huh. He will be okay, Uraraka, so calm down. I don't want you ending up like me. Mio was shaking like crazy. All these people watching and being near her freaked her out like crazy. The only reason why she didn't faint was because she wanted to see the fight. Uraraka smiled and held her. You are so cute. Shika walked past Mirio and blushed hard. Eren noticed this and whispered to Ashido. We are so getting her next. Yes. They giggled like crazy. Kirishima then screamed. They're starting. Midoriya stood tall. He looked at him and Bakugo looked back. Everyone was watching. It then became quiet. So quiet you could hear the wind move leaves. As then trees danced, Midoriya screamed. Let's do this. Come at me, do you? To be continued. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 23. Midoriya vs. Bakugo, Training Arc. Midoriya screamed. Full cowling 20%. He jumped off the tree so hard that it broke on the bottom and fell to the ground. Midoriya went in for a punch, but Bakugo jumped away and sent off a massive explosion. Midoriya put his hands up and was sent through the forest. He landed on his feet. His arm brace was gone but no damage. He then looked up and saw Bakugo exploding to him at incredible speeds. He went in for a right hook but Midoriya blocked and sent one right back. Bakugo dodged and swiped his feet with his kick. Midoriya fell to the ground but finger flicked him and Bakugo got flown back into the sky. Midoriya jumped high and hit him in the face, causing Bakugo to spiral in the air as he fell, but he levitated back up with his explosions. Midoriya landed back on tree. DMN, he can fly. What's wrong, do you? Scared? Bakugo then readied his palms and put them towards Midoriya. Aizawa told me to be more creative. He then had mini explosions only on his fingertips. Midoriya prepared for this and ran. He's going to burn the forest down. I need a plan, think. Bakugo then shot off thousands of mini explosion darts from his fingertips like a gun. Explosion bullet. How's this for creative? The darts would touch the ground and set off a mini explosion each time. Midoriya jumped high in the sky and watched as the whole forest was now on fire. He saw Bakugo come close to him. Midoriya couldn't move well in the air. He was free falling as Bakugo was going to take advantage of that. Think as Zuko think. Midoriya then screamed. 30%. He then punched the air so hard a tiny gust of wind propelled him higher. Bakugo missed due to him not knowing he could do that. Midoriya then put both palms up. He then screamed, I have new moves to catchin'. Midoriya then gathered a huge amount of wind in both of his palms. Then for a split second he was in his mind. What the? Where am I? Midoriya walked and saw a huge amount of rage and anger locked away inside his mind. It was bubbling and he could see flashbacks of everything that ever angered him. He could see Koda getting hit, the doctor telling him he didn't have a quirk, All Might saying he couldn't be a hero, and Kaken. The memories were flooded with him. All the bad stuff Kaken did to him came back. He was angry but still in control. He had mastered his anger and now he was going to use it. He walked to the bubbling rage and touched it. A little bit of it went into his body and then he came back to reality. Midoriya's hair turned red and his eyes were red as well. His electricity also stayed the same. Bakugo saw this and grinned. It's not the same, you mastered your anger. Midoriya said nothing as the wind in his palms got stronger and stronger. People could feel the wind from all the way in the crowd. Uraraka was worried like crazy now. We need to stop Izuku. He can't control it, look at him. He did. Uraraka turned and saw Aizawa. He is now using it for his own longing. But what about Ashido? She can't do Acid Queen anymore. Probably because Acid Queen is a lot harder to tap into. Ashido chimed in saying, Wait, I can still use Acid Queen. Yeah, said Aizawa. Awesome, I missed that form. Mio and Eren watched as they saw Midoriya's new form. Whoa, said by both of them. Mirio smiled saying, Sir would like him. Midoriya then looked at him and screamed, Do a wave finger flick? He then put his palms together and shot off a massive gust of wind. Bakugo couldn't escape it and was caught by the blast. The blast shot Bakugo through the ground and made a small crater that was 20 feet deep. Midoriya landed on the ground. The burning forest was no more. Now it was just a crater. Midoriya's form went away and he was exhausted. A wave finger was hard, but doing it with two hands and using rage really took a lot of him. Then something happened. A huge explosion was sent from inside the crater. Then the whole ground around it fell apart and Midoriya fell. As he fell, Bakugo came from the smoke. He only had one gauntlet left. His face was battered. His mask was gone, and his hero uniform was destroyed, but he still fought. He shot off his last gauntlet at full power right in front of Midoriya. D.E. Then the explosion went off and it was so massive that a bigger crater was formed and was 40 feet deep. Half of the field was now destroyed. The field covered 100 feet and they just took 50 out of it. Everyone gasped at the destruction they made. Bakugo exploded on top of the crater but fell to the ground. He was out of it. Then they heard a scream. Midoriya jumped up and landed but fell on one knee. Uraraka was now crying her heart out. Midoriya's whole upper costume was gone. His breathes legs were gone as well. The only thing that stood was his red shoes and shorts he had on underneath the costume. His scars were in full effect on his arm and his whole body was covered in ash. Bakugo got up and screamed, "I am gonna give it my all, come fight me." Midoriya charged up his quirk. He got of his knees and pointed all his fingers at him. Mini finger flick. Midoriya shot off mini finger flicks from his finger. Bakugo did the same with just explosions, and the wind and explosion mixed together and sent them both flying backwards. Midoriya landed but fell. Bakugo fell straight to the ground but put his head up. Midoriya got up. He was struggling but he moved. Bakugo did the same. Too exhausted to use their quirk then ran. They ran towards each other. Bakugo ran around the crater and readied his fist. "No quirk or not, I will beat you." Midoriya ran to him and threw a punch with his right. Bakugo dodged and tried to hit his stomach but Midoriya blocked with his left. Midoriya then grabbed his head and pushed it to his knee and kneed the F out of him. Bakugo still had some gas left and shot a very weak explosion. Midoriya flew back a little but was on his feet. Bakugo appeared from the smoke. Blood was running down his face as he hit Midoriya blow for blow in the face and stomach. Midoriya fell to his knees and coughed up blood. He then finger flicked and Bakugo flew up in the air. He fell on the ground since he couldn't use his explosions. Midoriya got up and walked towards him. "I have one more attack left. I will win." Bakugo got up. He had a broken leg from the fall. "This nerd won't win. I have one more attack left. I will win." Bakugo jumped off his good leg and readied all the power he had left. Midoriya leaped towards him. He conjured up all his power in his right arm. Then they both screamed, "I will be number one." Bakugo shot an explosion right in his face while Midoriya punched him with the most powerful smash he could muster. They both got sent back and were out for the count. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. Aizawa shook his head but smiled. No one saw it though. He was proud of them. Uraraka ran onto the field and picked up Midoriya. Ida and Todoroki were with her. He was battered and destroyed. His right arm was also purple, and his face was messed up. Blood was all over him and scrapes were scattered across his body. Uraraka was crying but she was proud of him. Even if no one won. Kirishima and Kaminari ran and picked him up. Bakugo's cheek was destroyed. Right eye was swollen. Blood and scraps all over him. His left leg was broken and he was just out of it. They both laughed and smiled. They took him to Recovery Girl. Eren and Mio couldn't believe what they saw. Ashido then grabbed the two of them saying, "How was that for your first day?" They both couldn't say anything. They were just dumbfounded. I knew Midoriya and Bakugo were strong but wow, said Eren. They made a crater. That is 50 feet long, screamed by Mio. Yeah, they surprise us every day, Ribbit, said by Azui. They're always like that, said by both of them. Yep, said by Jiro. Ashido then smiled and took out both her hands. Welcome to Class 1AU2. They both smiled and took her hand. Everyone left to go home since it was the end of the day. Mirio stayed behind. He walked to the crater and admired the amount of damage those two did. Shika saw him and went to him all nervous and bubbly. That was crazy, huh, Mirio? You said it. I have never seen first years fight like that. He then got on one knee. Judging from the crater, this hole is 30 feet or more deep. What? That's insane. Should they even be here then? Just because you have a good quirk doesn't mean you can be a hero. You have to strive, grind, and work harder than ever before. Mirio then looked at his hand. A smile had left his face. Shika noticed and got closer. Mirio. Mirio looked and smiled again, saying, "That's just what being a hero is." He then walked away saying, "Come on Shika, let's go over to the dorms. I don't want to leave Nijire and Tamaki for too long." "Ugh, right." She ran right next to him but was worried. "I don't think I have ever seen him not smile. Something is up with him." Aizawa walked to it once everyone left. Principal Nizu and All Might came as well. "That was a massive battle," said by All Might. "Indeed those kids are something special," said by Nizu. "Yeah they are, but why are you here Nizu?" "Well, the Hero Commission that runs the professional license exam wants to give Midoriya his license." "Seriously?" "Yes, they were impressed and believed he would easily earn it if he took it. They also want Bakugo to have it as well." "Okay, I will tell them. Also they did say that if your class could hold their own against the big three, they could earn one as well." "Okay. All Might, could you get the robots to patch up this crater?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you, by gentlemen." Nizu then walked back to his office. All Might. "Yeah. Once Midoriya and Bakugo get their license, where would they go?" I don't know. Maybe Night Eye." All Might shakes at the mention of his name. He then walked away saying, "Perhaps." Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 24. Class 1A Progressing, Training Arc. It had been 2 days since the massive battle. Midoriya and Bakugo woke up after the first day and would just talk all day. They were both in pretty bad shape but no serious injuries or permanent scars. Everyone else in Class 1A was training. Uraraka trained Eren and Myo while they rested. Everybody else was working hard for the day they had to face Midoriya again. It was now the second day and Midoriya and Bakugo were already doing regular drills and working out, getting their bodies back in shape. They were ready to go. "Hey Deku. Yakakin? Those new girls, you think they're strong?" I don't know, I haven't really seen them in action. We should fight them and really test them." Bakugo then had a scary smile. "Maybe, but don't get too serious." "Whatever Deku." Recovery Girl then walked in and let them leave. It was now 6 p.m. and no one was at school, at least that's what they thought. They walked to the training room and saw their whole class training super hard. Todoroki was practicing his fire against Dark Shadow. Tokoyami was trying to make Dark Shadow get used to light, so it was perfect practice. Tokoyami also did hand-to-hand combat against Todoroki as he shot his ice so Todoroki could practice his defense and use both of his quirks at the same time. Ioma and Koda were working on fighting, and Koda would try to improve his speed by dodging Ioma's lasers. Ojiro would practice his speed and fighting against Hagakure. Since she was invisible, it made it super hard for him to pinpoint where she would be. So he had to improve his hearing to hear her so he could strike. When this happened, Hagakure would try to fight more so she wasn't done by one hit. Jiro would tie Kaminari up and make him zap himself constantly till he got used to it. This would also make Jiro's ear plus stronger. Kaminari would also improve her speed by zapping her until she was quick enough to avoid. Siro would try to punch Shoji over to improve his fighting. He would also shoot his tape constantly and try to improve the quality of tape he produced. Shoji would use his tentacles to block, to improve their durability and strength. Sato and Ishido would use Kirishima as a punching bag and beat him relentlessly. Ishido would also throw acid at him to improve his durability and strength. Sato would try to improve how long his sugar could last. Ishido would send out floods of acid and try to use Acid Queen. This would also help Kirishima and Sato as they had to dodge it. It made them faster. Kirishima and Sato would also fight to improve their fighting. Yaoyorozu would try to create weapons while dodging Azui, Ida's and Mineta's attacks. Azui would try to improve her mobility by trying to hit Ida and keep up with him. Mineta would throw ball off his head till he couldn't withstand it. Ida worked on his speed and power. He also worked on his defense by taking cannonballs from Yaoyorozu. Finally, it was Uraraka and Myo. Myo would work on trying to use her quirk while Eren and Uraraka would practice hand-to-hand combat. Eren was a good fighter but Uraraka was the best in the class, so she got beat up all the time. Mio even had to fight her but couldn't land a single punch and got destroyed. She would always get back up though and keep fighting. Midoriya and Bakugo saw this and ran in. Uraraka saw Midoriya and ran towards him. She gave him a big hug and kissed him hard. This kiss lasted for a while till Kirishima coughed and they backed off. Bakugo fist bumped his friends and everyone got back to training. "So what have you guys been doing while I was out?" said Midoriya. "Mostly just hand-to-hand combat," said Uraraka. "Okay, I want you three to fight me." "What?" said three of them. "But I'm training with Bakugo," said by Mio. "Don't worry, he is going to be here too." "What?" screamed by the girls. Midoriya and Bakugo stood together. Mio looked at Eren but she gave her a smile saying, "It's going to be okay, we can do this." Mio nodded and stood. Uraraka looked at the two of them and walked away and sat down. "I'm going to watch them. Let's see how good they are." "Good luck, Eren and Mio." Uraraka pumping her fist and the two girls nodded and turned back to their opponents. Midoriya smiled and turned on his quirk. "Ready, Eren!" screamed Midoriya. "Why?" screamed Eren. Bakugo readied his explosions and screamed. "Ready, pale face." Mio got super nervous and looked to Eren. She was nervous but stood tall. Mio saw and gained confidence. She then got in her fighting stance and screamed, "Let's go." Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 25. Unexpected Challenger, Training Arc. Midoriya then shot a finger flick right at Eren. Eren dogged it but just barely. She landed but Midoriya was right in front of her and tried something new. He kicked but it wasn't strong, so she was able to block it. Bakugo saw and smiled. "You're kicking now, nerd." Midoriya landed back saying, "Yeah, got to improve. Can't always punch." Bakugo then got mad saying, "I will improve too, nerd." Bakugo shot towards Mio. She got scared and turned into a puddle. Bakugo saw and stopped. "You have a water quirk?" Mio went back into her normal form saying, "Nichm." Bakugo smiled. "She is the complete opposite of me, but her quirk is the ultimate counter. This could be fun." Bakugo charged screaming, "Fight me!" Mio got scared and tried to throw a bunch. Bakugo dodged with ease and hit her in the stomach, causing her to fly back a little. Midoriya went and fought Eren. They were going blow for blow, punch for punch and kick for kick. Midoriya stood smiling. "You're amazing, Eren. You have great fighting skills." Eren smiled. "I can't believe I'm matching him at his full power. This is awesome." "Now let's try 20%, screamed Midoriya. Eren's face sank as she realized he wasn't going full power. Uraraka laughed saying, "Eren, he was using 5%. Eren turned her head saying, "What? That was 5. Midoriya then shot towards her and kicked her in the head, causing her to slam in the ground. Midoriya then tried to punch her but she rolled and hit the ground, destroying it. All the broken cement was in the air. Eren saw her opportunity and put her hands out and made the broken cement shoot towards Midoriya. Midoriya noticed and shot mini finger flicks, but it only made it worse. There was now more pieces for her to control, and the smaller they were the faster. She sent them in like bullets and Midoriya was running dodging each piece, but it was too much and he got hit by most of them. They didn't pack that much punch, but they still hurt. Eren stood up, got in her stance. "I can't believe I hit him." "That was amazing, Eren. What is your quirk?" "It's telekinetic. I can control my surroundings to my will. Although I can't control people." Midoriya's eyes beeped with excitement. "She can control objects. It's basically a better version of Uraraka's quirk. So I can't create any rocks or damage, or she will use it against me. It also looks like she can control anything small, but I wonder what the limit is, and can she control something huge?" Bakugo charged in for the kill. He had a massive explosion ready to go. Mio saw this and got scared. She went into attack mode and her quirk went off. Her cheeks turned into water, and next you know there was a huge wall of water that blocked Bakugo's massive attack. Bakugo backed off and smiled. "So you do know how to use your quirk?" I. That was an accident. I don't even know what I just did." Her quirk is super strong. It was strong enough to block one of my biggest attacks. She can't control it though. It looks like her quirk activates in scary situations. So I just have to make her think I'm going to kill her. Bakugo then put up his gauntlet. Myo saw it and got scared. Is he serious? He almost killed Midoriya using that. Bakugo jumped in the air and screamed. D.E. Midoriya saw and screamed. Wait, Kachan, that's too much. He shot off the blast and Myo saw. Her quirk then went crazy. Her body then started creating water really fast and it came out of her all at once. Bakugo's attack did nothing and the water swarmed the gym. Bakugo and everyone was swarmed by it. Eren used her quirk and forced open the doors so they wouldn't drown. Everyone flooded out and the whole class watched as Myo was in the middle of her water. She was just floating, but the water she was producing was insane. Then the water stopped and evaporated. She then was falling from the sky. Bakugo exploded and caught her. She was out. Everyone couldn't believe what just happened. Did Myo just do that? Said Jiro. Whoa, she is crazy strong, said by Kirishima. And hot, said by Mineta. Azui slapped him with her tongue. Midoriya walked to Eren. Could she always do that? Said by Midoriya. No. I only seen her turn her body into water. I have never seen her producing that much water and send it out, said by Eren. Although, flashback, Eren and Myo were on the planned ride to UA. They had just met and were just talking. So Myo, how does your quirk work? Myo was texting on her phone. It had an avocado case with a tiny bear attached to it. Oh, I can turn my body into water. I use the molecules in my body to turn it into water. I can also evaporate, but I can't control it at all. She then looked down in sorrow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Myo shook her head. No, it's fine, that's why I'm going to UA. To learn to be a hero and learn my quirk. I think I can do other things with it, but I don't know. Present. Myo, is that what you meant? Who knew you were this strong and yet so shy? Everyone then went back to their normal training. Bakugo laid Myo in the corner. Eren ran to Myo. Is she okay? Yeah, she produced a lot of water. I say she should drink some. She is probably dehydrated. Eren ran to get some water from Myo. Midoriya walked up to Bakugo. So how was she? That girl is very FNG strong. Her water took a hit from my gauntlet like it was nothing. Yeah, I thought you were going to kill her. No, idiot, I'm not dumb. I just wanted to see how far I could push her. She can't use her quirk in normal situations. She only uses it when she absolutely needs to, but when that happens she loses control and something random happens. Wow, so she is like me when I started. Yeah, loser, you still can't control it. Bakugo then laughed at him. Shut it, Midoriya then finger flicked him across the gym. Eren came back and gave Myo some water. She then went to Midoriya. Midoriya, let's keep fighting. I want to get stronger. Uraraka then walked up saying. Me too, Izuku. Me and Eren versus you. Midoriya smiled and charged up his quirk. Full cowling 30%. The wind was setting them back, but they were on their feet. Let's go, Ochako and Eren. Yeah, they both said. To be continued. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 26, Crimson Deku, Training Arc. Eren stood with Uraraka. They looked at Midoriya. His quirk was going crazy and cracks were being made beneath him. Uraraka just stared in amazement. You really have gotten strong, Izuku. Midoriya then shot towards Uraraka. She blocked his kick, but it was so strong it broke the ground beneath her. As the pavement shattered, Eren used her quirk to make it fly and hit him. Midoriya picked up Uraraka and threw her at the rocks. Screamed Uraraka. Eren saw and stopped the rocks, then Midoriya used his left palm. Wave finger flick. He shot a massive gust of air towards the two girls. They flew back into a wall. Uraraka got back up but was hurt. Eren did the same but saw all the destroyed rocks Midoriya made. Before she could use it, Midoriya was charging at them. Mini finger flick. Uraraka knew the move and touched Eren so she would float. She made herself float and jumped out of the way. All the mini flicks made a hole in the wall to the outside. Uraraka was in the air and soared towards Midoriya coming from the left. Eren also came from the right. They both went in for a punch, then Midoriya smiled. His eyes changed crimson red for a second and he screamed. Do a wave finger flick? They both got hit by it and was smacked into a wall on both sides. Then all he heard was, "Realize / now." There were pebbles and rocks in the sky. Uraraka and Eren both put them in the sky and then ran towards Midoriya. Then ran down on him, and Midoriya put power in his left leg, kicking upwards. All the wind blew away all the rocks. Uraraka was done as. She was too tired and hurt. Eren had a migraine from overuse of her quirk. Midoriya stood victorious. He walked to get them when he heard a voice. "Midori!" Midoriya turned and saw Ashido running up towards him. She was super excited. "Midori, fight me next." Midoriya nodded and she got in her fighting stance. "Hey Bakugo, can you grab Eren and Uraraka?" said by Midoriya. "Whatever, nerd." Bakugo gets Uraraka and Eren and sets them right to Myo. Myo wakes up and sees Bakugo and freaks out. "Ah! Whoa, calm down, rice face." Myo calms down saying, Sorry, I was just scared. Last thing I remember was seeing the explosion from your gauntlet." She doesn't remember. "Well, calm down, you're fine. Anyways, keep your eyes peeled. Deku is fighting and I'm pretty sure that nerd has something up his sleeve." Bakugo then made a fist. Myo nodded but then saw Uraraka and Eren next to her out. Did they fight him? The nerd won. It was pretty easy. They couldn't even touch him. Myo saw how beat up Eren and Uraraka were and got nervous for Ashido. Ashido stood across from Midoriya. She then smiled. "I finally did it." Midoriya was confused. "What did you do, Ashido?" Ashido then smiled. Then the gym got hot. Ashido's skin turned black. Her hair turned brown and her horns grew. It was Acid Queen. "I did it, I can now use Acid Queen." Midoriya smiled. "You're not the only one who has conquered their rage." Ashido then saw it. Midoriya's quirk went crazy. The green electricity was no more. It was now a crimson red. It was destroying the ground around him. His hair and eyes turned crimson red and his dangerous smile came back. But now it was controlled. Ashido stood at the new Midoriya. She was shocked but smiled. "So what are you calling that new form, Midori?" Crimson Deku, his voice was now different. It sounded more sinister and dangerous. Ashido then readied himself. "Let's do this, Midori, your Crimson Deku versus my Acid Queen." Zero comment. Chapter 27. Deku? Training Arc. Midoriya's new crimson form was destructive. It was the first time he truly did the transformation completely and he was having a hard time controlling it. The rage is so powerful. What's worse is my grin is still there but the amount of power I feel is now only enormous. But I feel like I can control it. I'm scared but I'm ready. Midoriya then let the power rise more but that would be a fatal mistake. Ashido had bubbling and smoking green acid coming from her arms and legs. Her feet were also creating it and she also had it coming from her fingertips. She was melting the area around her at fast pace. That's new. Whoa, did Midori's personality change? I know Midori. I have been training hard to MSTR this new form. Now is the perfect time to test it. She then jumped up and shot a huge amount of acid at him. Let's go, Midori. Midoriya put his palm up and said in a calm, dark voice. Crimson wave finger flick. He pushed all the acid away and Ashido was sent through the ceiling in the gym. Did Midoriya just do that? Said by Kirishima. How are going to beat him? Said by Kaminari. Indeed he is a lot more dangerous now, said by Ida. Rejects, shut up, the battle isn't over, screamed by Bakugo. Bakugo stared at Midoriya with interest. What is this rage form? A huge amount of acid came from the sky in rainfall. Everyone in the gym ran outside. Then saw Ashido shooting thousands of mini acids bullets from her fingers as she was free falling. Midoriya jumped up. He was right next to Ashido and kicked her. She got sent flying but put her palms together and shot her acid as a laser. Acid laser. It came out at alarming speeds. Midoriya put his finger up. Crimson finger flick. The huge gust of wind went right through the acid and pushed Ashido farther away. She landed on the ground and looked up at Midoriya as he fell from the sky and landed on his feet. His grin was scary, and his crimson hair and eyes looked appealing and dangerous. Midori, I'm going to win. I can still fight. And that kick bruised my stomach and his wind threw me off. How much stronger did he get from his new form? Midoriya then charged towards her. Ashido created a waterfall of acid. Midoriya shot off his crimson wave flick and shot a hole in it. He then jumped through it and went for a kick. Ashido charged in. With my training from Kirishima, my defense is stronger, and Sato helped me with my fighting. I can do this. Ashido dodged the kick and went in for a punch. Midoriya sighed as if he was bored. Crimson mini finger flick, 10 of his fingers shot mini wind bullets and hit Ashido. She had holes all over her body as she fell to the ground bleeding. Ashido! Kirishima ran towards her. She was out and in a lot of pain. Her form was now gone, and her messy pink hair was all over the place. Kirishima looked up at him with anger in his eyes. Why Midoriya? Midoriya looked down on him and his crimson eyes scared his heart. What you mean weak? Midoriya looked at him saying. She was weak. Kirishima was angry as his quirk turned on. He was ready for a fight. Ashido then put her head up saying. Kirishima. He coughed, missed my organs. Kirishima then turned off his quirk and nodded with worry leaving his face. Then he turned to look at Midoriya. He was scared of him. He seemed like himself, but his personality was different. Kirishima picked up Ashido and took her to Recovery Girl. Everyone was staring at Midoriya. His crimson hair shook into the wind and his red electricity was soaring still. Then he went back to normal. His hair and eyes were now green, and his electricity was normal. He then sat down. OMG, that transformation is hard to manage. He then looked and saw everyone looking at him. How did I do anything? Oh, is Ashido okay? Bakugo looked in curiosity. He doesn't remember anything. He was a completely different person. Is it a double-edged sword for him? That doesn't make sense though. Ashido can control it just fine. Does it differ from person to person? If that's the case, then can't we all use it? Midoriya was told what he did and he was terrified. I did it again. I hurt someone else close to me. I thought I could control it. What did I do wrong? Screamed by Midoriya with tears in his eyes. You used the full version of it. Midoriya turned to see Bakugo walking towards him while Mio was trailing behind him. What you mean? When you fought against Round Face and I don't know, Eren, you only changed your eyes. You're right. Maybe it's just like my quirk and I can only tap into it at little percents. Midoriya then stood up and his eyes turned crimson red. Everything else stayed the same but he had control. Whoa, this is cool. I can feel the power now, Bakugo smirked. What is this form? Mio walked up to Midoriya. Tee, that was scary, but you looked good out there, Midoriya smiled. Thanks, Mio. Mio bowed and went to Eren and Uraraka. Bakugo said, You think Rice Face has a thing for you? Nah, I think she was just being nice. After all, it is like their third day here. You're right. Bakugo then walked to Kaminari and Jiro. Let's train rejects. But Bakugo, you always go too hard, said by a Kaminari. Then he got his head hit with Jiro's ear jack. That's the point, idiot. Midoriya smiled and let go of the rage. His eyes turned back to normal and he walked towards Uraraka. He then tapped her on her cheek. Hey Ochako, wake up. Uraraka woke up and saw her boyfriend. Izuku. Midoriya smiled and picked her up. Come on, we're done for the day. Uraraka rubbed her eyes. You sure you always train till you drop? Midoriya then got red in the face as he rubbed his cheek. I just wanted to spend time with you. Uraraka then shed a tear and kissed his cheek. I would love that, Izuku. She gave her classic smile and Midoriya walked towards the entrance to go home. As he was carrying Uraraka, he told her everything that happened when she was out. Poor Ashido, but I know she is okay. That is a tough girl. Why yeah. Midoriya was sad about it, but Uraraka got down from his back and hugged him. Izuku, don't worry. I know you didn't mean to do it, and so does she. I bet she is going to wake up and train her, but hard to fight you again. Midoriya smiled and kissed her. Thanks, Ochako. Uraraka smiled. Oh yeah, Izuku, I have a question. What is it? Well, if you have Crimson Deku now, Shouldn't you use it with your quirk at the same time? You're right. Midoriya then stood and powered his quirk. Full cowling 30%. His quirk was going crazy as his hair was standing up. Then he clenched his fist. Crimsoned. He transformed, but then something happened. Memories of everything hurtful in his life came crashing through him like a brick. Tears were falling from his face like a waterfall and he was standing in place. Izuku? Ochako tried to walk to him, then Midoriya's eyes went white and he fell to the ground. As he was falling, he saw things that could only be described as hell. He saw All Might getting his fatal injury from All for One. He saw his mentor Nana die, but what's even crazier is he saw the death of everyone for All User and the rage that swelled within all of them. He then hit the ground and his transformation and quirk went away. Izuku. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 28, Rage from the Past, Training Arc. Midoriya woke up, but he was in a dark room. The same room he was in before his fight with the League of Villains. After Koda got hurt. I'm here again, said by Midoriya. Then he heard a scream. A scream that he knew but was scared to hear. Nu Nana. Midoriya turned and saw a young All Might. He was on the ground clenching his fists till blood shed. His eyes were crying waterfalls and his face was in pain. Then he saw it. All for One was killing his emsteer. She was dead on the ground, in cold blood, and All Might was screaming. No. Midoriya couldn't turn his head. All he saw was pain and sorrow and he couldn't even blink. His mind was going crazy. www. Why am I being shown this? I'm gonna be sick. What the F is going on, All Might? Then the memories suched and he saw an old Bakugo. They were in grade school and Bakugo just destroyed his hero notebook. Bitch Kaken WY? Screamed by a timid and scared Midoriya. Bakugo just smiled and screamed. Because you're a quirk less loser and you won't ever be a hero. Go jump of AF building and see if you can get a new life. Midoriya was then able to move. Midoriya watched and then his eyes were filled with blood. He walked into his memories and Bakugo from the past saw him, including the old Midoriya. Midoriya was different, however. His hair was now bloodshot red, no longer crimson, and his eyes screamed pain and sorrow as they filled with the color of blood. He walked up and grabbed him by the shirt. What the Deku? Then Midoriya punched him square in the face while smiling and destroyed his eye socket and nose. Bakugo screamed in pain. Arhahar. Midoriya then threw him on the ground and laughed. Ha ha, how does that feel, Kakan? Haha, you look so funny sitting there bleeding and crying in pain. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? The old Midoriya saw and screamed. Izuku. Midoriya turned and looked at his old self. His old self had a twig of a body and was shaking like crazy. He was weak and had no confidence. What do you want? Weakling. Then old Midoriya screamed. You need to stop Izuku. Kachan is our friend. Even though he makes fun of me, he is still our friend and heroes protect friends. Midoriya then smiled and the old Midoriya fell to the ground. Friends? Who needs friends? All I can feel is anger and sorrow. Friends, anger is my true strength. Yes, it is. I will use this to be the #1 hero, but first I take out the people that gave me a horrible life. Midoriya then punched Kaken in the stomach repeatedly while laughing. The old Midoriya then screamed. What would Ochako think? Then Uraraka walked in with tears in her eyes. Izuku, what's going on with you? Would you really let the rage take over your goals and dreams? What about being the symbol of peace? Midoriya looked at her as blood ran down his eyes. He could no longer cry regular tears. All he felt was pain. This isn't the Izuku I fell in love with. Just forget who I am. Uraraka then left. Midoriya ran to her. Wait, Ochako, and then the floor of the room was destroyed and Midoriya was falling down once again. The anger he experienced with his teacher All Might, the one for all users, and his own were surging through his body. He could no longer walk the same path. Then his body turned bloodshot red and soon he will be gone. Then he heard voices. "You're going to be the best hero, Izuku," said by his mother. "I believe in you, young Midoriya," said by All Might. "Whatever, Deku, I'm going to beat you," said by Bakugo. "We believe in you," said by Class 1A. "You're my favorite hero," said by Koda. "You're my hero," said by Uraraka. Midoriya then woke up and screamed, "I will be the next symbol of peace." He then shot up and his rage slowly disappeared. His hair and eyes were now crimson, and he could see fun memories. Memories of him and his mom talking about heroes. Him and All Might training. All the fun moments with Class 1A and memories with Uraraka. He smiled and was now in a bright room. He saw a man with goggles. He walked up to the boy and put his fist out. "You really did it. You conquered not just your rage but our rage as well." Midoriya smiled and fist bumped but was curious. "Who are you?" "Lariat, and I'm the 5th user of One for All." "What?" "I know you have a lot of questions and they will be answered, but you now have a new transformation, boy." "Huh. Your Crimson Deku is now in control. You can utilize its power without losing yourself, but there is a catch. Your personality will change. Your Crimson Deku is a form of rage that comes from all users including yourself. It allows the user to access a new realm of power. The catch is you become a different person." "Whoa, can I use One for All in that state?" "No, One for All is a type of power that requires trust and honesty. Crimson is a rage form. The angrier you are, the stronger the form will be. The angrier you become, the more quirks are within your grasp." "Quirks? Oh whoops, I forgot to tell you. You get all of the quirks us users have had in our lifetime. They are only accessible in Crimson Deku and you will be able to unlock them only by achieving a certain amount of rage. Please be aware. The angrier you get, the more your personality will change. You experienced full rage when Koda was attacked. That's how you were able to murder without fear or guilt. So only use this form. In a controlled mental state." "Yes, sir." "Wait, what are your quirks?" "You will find out in due time. It's our time to go and your girlfriend is worrying about you." Midoriya got red in the face but nodded, and then he woke up in Uraraka's arms. "Izuku! OMG Izuku, are you okay? You just fell on the ground and your eyes went white." She was caught off by a passionate kiss from Midoriya. "Izuku! Thanks for being my hero." Zero comment. Chapter 29. Class 1A vs Midoriya, the final battle, Part 1, Training Arc. It had been 2 weeks since Midoriya's talk with the 5th user. It was now the day of the fight and everyone had been training their butts off for this day. The day they get to fight Midoriya and prove to Aizawa and themselves that they are stronger. UA used the sports festival stadium for them to fight in, since it had a massive arena. Midoriya was waiting in the locker room mentally preparing himself. He'd been practicing Crimson Deku and was using it very well. Eren and Uraraka would always double team on him until he could perfect what little he could use. He could only turn his eyes crimson, but it was a step up from not being in control at all. He was now using 30% pretty well, although would use 20% just in case, as he wasn't fully confident yet. He then stood up and walked out. As he walked, he saw everyone in the whole school watching him. Apparently, this fight was very hyped up, and after Midoriya's fight against Bakugo, he was now a household name in UA. It also didn't help that Shiko was running around screaming, "Everyone, Midoriya's fighting his whole class tomorrow." Everyone was there, even faculty and staff. All eyes were on him and he could feel the pressure of being one of the best in the school. Since the fight, his rank stayed the same as number 4, but now everyone knew about him. He would always get stopped by students praising him for his talent and skill. As he was digesting the crowd and environment, Principal Nizu walked up to the young hero. "Hello, young hero." Midoriya turned around and became a stuttering mess. Hello." Nizu smiled, saying, "You have become very popular, young hero. Not only is the whole school here, but they're even broadcasting your battle on national television." "What?" screamed by Midoriya. Koda was in his room playing with his toys when Mandalay screamed, "Koda, come here, you're gonna want to see this." Kota walked out his room annoyed. Ugh! I was playing Deku. He saw Midoriya standing in the stadium talking to Principal Nizu. OMG Mandalay, it's DKU. Is he fighting? Mcham. Awesome. He then grabbed a seat on the coach and watched his favorite hero. As Kota was fanboying, somewhere far a little girl was crying. She had bandages all over her arms and legs. She had a little horn and gray hair. She was in pain while being strapped to a board. She then looked at the TV and saw him. She saw Midoriya and his simile as he stood, then Present Mike screamed. Izuka Midoriya, pro hero named Deku has arrived. The little girl's sad face then went away and was filled with an emotion she never felt. Deku. Then a large man with a mask walked in front of the TV and turned it off. All right, Eri, back to work. He then raised his hand to her, and she screamed in pain. New. That new emotion she felt suddenly went away as if it was never there. Back at the stadium, Midoriya stood tall as he saw his first competitor. Ioma walking towards Midoriya. His costume now had holes all over it and his costume armor looked tougher. He stood across from Midoriya and got in a fighting stance. Let's do this, Midoriya. Midoriya smiled and balled his fist. Ready, fight! Screamed by Present Mike. Midoriya then shot off a finger flick at 5%. Ioma saw and dodged it. Midoriya was shocked that he was able to move so quickly. Ioma then pulled a gun and charged his belly button laser to go straight to his gun. It shot the laser faster than Midoriya thought and it scrapped his face. Whoa, Ioma, that hurt. Midoriya charged up 10% and went straight for him. He punched Ioma in the stomach and thought he was done, but Ioma then set his laser through all his holes and some hit Midoriya. Midoriya backed up and thought to himself. So Ioma can shoot his laser through those holes and his gun. He also upgraded his armor so he can withstand my punches. He is also quick and can dodge my finger flicks. Okay, I know what to do. Midoriya then put his palm up. His eyes turned red and he screamed. Crimson wave finger flick. The gust of wind moved Ioma into the air and Midoriya jumped and turned off Crimson and screamed. St. Louis smash. He kicked so hard his armor shattered and destroyed his ribs. Aoyama got sent flying towards the ground and was out. Everyone in the stadium was cheering. Then a random student screamed. That was way too easy, give this man a better challenge. Okay, I will. Midoriya then saw Ashido. She had a new outfit on. It was a black onesie that allowed acid to come out freely but was also going to protect her body from the dangerous acid she could produce. During her last battle with him, she got severe burns on her arms and legs from the fight, and now her arms had massive spots that were darker than others. She got her costume upgraded so she could handle the stronger acid. She wore the same shoes but ditched the jacket. It looked cute but it messed with her mobility. She walked up to Midoriya with fire in her eyes. You ready, Midori? Yeah, let's go. Then they both screamed. Acid Queen. / Crimson Dew. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 30. Class 1A vs Midoriya, the final battle part 2, training arc. Ashido then transformed into Acid Queen and shot off lines of acid through her palms. Midoriya's eyes turned red and he jumped screaming. Crimson mini finger flick. 10 wind bullets shot from his finger, but Ashido sent off stronger acid that went right through the wind. She skated on her acid towards Midoriya as he was free falling. Midoriya did a front flip and sent his leg out. Ashido grabbed his leg and slammed him into the ground. Midoriya was shocked but twirled and kicked her backwards in the chin. She got sent back a little, but Midoriya turned around and sprinted towards her. She put her palms together and shot her acid laser. It hit Midoriya right in the stomach and sent him flying back. Arg. That hurt. The acid wasn't lethal, but that doesn't mean it didn't hurt. She went in for multiple strikes. He dodged every single one and punched her in the face. However, she didn't feel the pain and punched him in the stomach where the laser hit. He was now on his knees and in pain. She kicked him in the face and he got sent up. She then shot multiple bullets of acid from her fingers and they all hit Midoriya. He then fell on the ground. Crimson isn't going to work. It's too weak and I don't have any anger to make it stronger. Going to have to use one for all. Any more of this and I'm done for. A gust of wind appeared out of him and sent Ishido straight back. He stood up and screamed. Full cowling 20%. He charged in at lightning speed and appeared behind her. She turned and blocked his punch, but it was too much for her to handle and it broke her right arm as she got sent back. Now she only had her left and Midoriya put his palm up. Out of frustration she screamed. It's not over yet. This is my trump card. My last attack. Then her feet and right arm and even left was creating an absurd amount of acid. It was flooding the stadium and Midoriya was forced to jump into the air. She then sent it straight up and changed its texture to the deadliest acid she could make. Toxic flood. Midoriya was in the air and the huge flood of acid was coming straight for him. If it touched him, he would die for sure. He then put both of palms up and screamed. Do a wave finger flick? It created a massive hole in the acid and he fell through it, but Ishido thought he would do that. She then changed the texture again into a solid and gravity hit the acid as it fell straight for him. He hit the ground and looked up. Delaware smash. He shattered the sold acid and it split into 1,000,000 pieces. Ishido had now overused her quirk and fell to the ground. Midoriya wins, screamed by present Mike. Everyone cheered. Ishido was crying on the ground. Damn it, Sniff, I really thought I could win. She then got picked up by a familiar boy with red hair. You did your best, Ishido, said by Kirishima as he held her. She looked at him and broke in his arms. He smiled and took her to Recovery Girl. As she was laying on the bed, Kirishima got out of the chair. All right, Ishido, I will be back. It's going to be my turn soon. Kirishima. He turned to look at her as he opened the door. Call me Mina. Kirishima got nervous but then smiled. All right, Mina. She smiled and fell asleep. Kirishima then walked down the hallway. As he was walking, he saw Azui, Ida, Mineta, and Yaoyorozu. They were walking towards the entrance where Midoriya would be. They were ready for a fight. Kirishima saw and thought to himself, are we going to win?